Only. Yeah. Oh, Houston. Who's the guy? Oh,
Are you the one I've been waiting for? You might be. I hope so.
Speak his language.
It's been
Same
so many
generation.
cycles since I was her.
Hey, dude.
Do I even still remember Hope?
You.
I wasn't sure you'd ever turn up. The odds just kept getting longer. I guess I've been losing faith. While they've been gaining power. You have to reach me. Everything depends on your survival. Master this world. Make allies of its many creatures. Grow your strength and skill. Explore this place like I did so long ago. Put the pieces together and find me, survivor. You may be the only one who can.
So the trade war is over, at least with Canada and Mexico. Technically speaking, it's on par, but it's basically over unless you know what China does. China is standing. China is afraid and angry, and it's trying to send a message to all the other countries that are seeing the situation, and China wants to let them know that it's not going to give in to the U.S. So what China is doing is hitting back the U.S. with its own tariff. But here's And I went up the wall and it was very well.
Sometimes the most unexpected stories come from the most unexpected places. When Mel Gibson sat down with Joe Rogan, nobody could have predicted the bombshell he was about to drop. Let me take you back to that moment when Mel Gibson started describing his encounter with the mysterious Qi-Kung master.
I used to have a Qigong master. This is what blows my mind about medicine and about ancient stuff. This guy is from Shanghai. He didn't speak much English. His wife would translate for him. I mean, he could have like that. Like come this far away. But like feel it like that now someone could look. Yeah. I'm good.
This master, who now known as John Shang, is the last known master of the Wu-Tai tradition, an ancient Chinese practice that dates back thousands of years. We're talking about a lineage that's been kept secret, passed down from master to student, generation after generation. Shang became famous after appearing in a documentary called Ring of Fire, where he demonstrated abilities that left scientists scratching their heads. And our sound recordings was also a shock.
Dr. Roger doesn't know what to expect.
Now, what's truly mind-blowing is what happened when Mel Gibson actually met this mysterious Qi master. According to Gibson's account on Rogan, he was experiencing severe back pain at the time. When he entered the room, he found this unassuming elderly man sitting there quietly. What happened next defies conventional explanation. The Qi master didn't touch Gibson at all. He simply held his hands about 3 feet away from Mel's body, without any physical contact. He could not only push Mel, but even lift him from the ground. What you are about to see defies everything you thought you knew about the limits of human ability.
You could really point at you, right, from this far away. And you feel it. But like, feel it like the palpable thing pushing you around. It's like, whoa. Yeah, it was pretty deep. He, one time, he was working on me, and he was working on his liver. He said, your liver is blocked, because he looked at you. And if you look at him, he looks away. And his wife engages you while he checks you out. And then he puts your little button down and puts extras all over. He knows everything. He knows exactly what's going on.
Did you ask him what he's seeing the aura? Like, what is he seeing?
Everything. He sees everything. He was an allopathic doctor first. He went to medical school. He could write you prescriptions. He could do all that stuff. He was a doctor. And then he saw a Qigong master, this old guy that people were lining up getting cured. He learned that. He learned that.
This aligns perfectly with what we know about God's abilities, but we both documented footage of him in the fire. Shang is known to manipulate bioelectronics and nuclear. He pictured the dream that he could light newspaper on fire from a basement, and that by articulating your body with plants. Take a look. He then took our newspaper outside. He showed us to the people who used it. Showing this footage in public, he was very upset.
So I can make it faster if
Because
you
he was
take
one
it.
of the ancient efforts to contact him again.
No, thank you.
The ancient practice behind these abilities is called Mo-Pai, a secretive Taoist tradition that dates back thousands of years. Unlike other martial arts or Qi cultivation methods, Mo-Pai practitioners focus on developing something called Yin Qi, the receptive, cooling energy, before working with Yang Qi, the projective, heating force. This reverse approach is what supposedly allows for these extraordinary abilities. Chinese techniques were rarely shared outside its inner circle, but we know that the training involved intense meditation, breathing exercises, and something called small universe circulation, directing energy through specific pathways in the body. The process typically took decades of dedicated practice, with many practitioners never making it past the initial stages.
First, you learn to distinguish between yin and yang qi in your body. Then, how to pull it in your navel chakra. Then, how to project it, he says. And it's the proportionate mixture between yin and yang which accounts for different effects, like pulling or pushing objects or igniting them. Then he gets really good. He says that mastering yin qi is the key to the spirit world.
What makes Gibson's experience so compelling is that it matches perfectly with accounts from Chinese to other students and witnesses. They all describe the same sensation of intense heat and immediate therapeutic effects. And remember, this is now Gibson we're talking about. Not exactly someone known for buying into new age nonsense or easily being fooled. But this was just the beginning of Gibson's experience with the Qi master. What happened next would challenge everything we think we know about human capabilities.
One day he's at me on my back and pushing, and I can feel my back at the wall, and there's a poster of a film on the wall, novels, he's sleeping down like this, like coming through 20 rays of energy, and he started yelling at my organ, at my liver, like whatever, and I went up the wall, and it was like 8 inches of air in my and I was like, whoa, and I came back down.
This isn't a typical meditation practice or energy work. We're talking about a lineage that's been kept secret for thousands of years, passed down from master to student in the most selective way imaginable. Mo Pai consists of 72 levels of training. Most practitioners never make it past the first few levels. Chan himself was said to be at level 37, and look at what he could do. The training involves intensive meditation, breathing techniques, and something called embryonic breathing, where you learn to circulate energy through specific pathways in your body. At the higher levels, practitioners can reportedly manipulate bioelectricity, heal others, and even influence physical matter. What Gibson described, that intense heat and energy coursing through his body, that's exactly what Mo-Pai masters are said to be capable of. So, level 1 focuses on cultivating what they call yin qi, the cold, receptive energy of the body. This takes anywhere from 6 to 18 months of dedicated practice. Students spend hours in meditation, learning to feel and direct this subtle force. It's like learning to feel a completely new sense that you never knew existed. Here's where it gets really interesting. Level 2 is all about yang qi, the hot, explosive energy. This is where practitioners start developing abilities that seem impossible. We're talking about generating enough bioelectricity to light bulbs with healing trees.
And this is because you're special, you have a special sort of
Meditation every day.
It's meditation.
Meditation every day. You have to live in hospital. This is nothing in it. Remember? Like this.
I'm gonna have to change my pants.
Wait, like what? I saw this video about this dude interviewing women on the streets about this cologne by P6 Fragrances, and it got me really curious.
If I was like tapping at the club or something, I'd be like,
For our sound teacher, he was also a shopper. Dr. Roger doesn't know what to expect. Level 3, that's where things become almost difficult. Change explained that at this level, practitioners move between yin and yang energies in perfect harmony. This creates what's called Shen, a force so powerful it defies our current understanding of physics. A handful of people throughout history have ever reached this level.
DJs, because it isn't electricity, it's key. 1, 2, I feel it in my hot body. I feel it at 3, 0.3, I feel it in my legs.
But suspecting the scientific setup of his premises they found funny, and this field also randomly chosen hotel room several miles away to see if he can make his late home with fingers. It doesn't ground over here. So Greg burns one way, while DJ hunts P through the other. The bulbs are LEDs, light-emitting diodes, which ignite in different colors according to the intensity of current.
On, off, already. I hear you blinking.
Mel Gibson was so shaken by what he witnessed that he even sought counsel from his priest. He was also an old Jesuit with extensive knowledge. Concerned, he asked if what had happened to him was demonic or anything of a supernatural nature. Here's what Mel Gibson said more exactly.
I was so freaked out. I went to a priest. I said, "Is this guy demonic or something? He's lifting me off the wall." And the priest was like, he was an old Jesuit. A tradition of the guy. And he was a cross between Jimmy Stewart and Elmer Fudd. You know, that's the way he sounded. And I said, "Is this?" He says, "Well, did he heal you?" Like that. And I said, "Why, yes, he did." And he said, "That's all right then." And he says, "I have no trouble with like that because it was within the realm of possibility that somebody had a power like that, and that it's inexplicable, but that it works." And it did work.
Jay wasn't showing off his abilities for fame or fortune. In fact, he was extremely selective about who he worked with. He believes these powers came with enormous responsibility. There are stories of him turning away wealthy people who offered him millions just to demonstrate his abilities. The real question isn't whether these abilities are possible. The evidence is pretty compelling that they are. The question is, are we ready as a society to seriously explore these capabilities? And more importantly, are we mature enough to handle that kind of power responsibly? What happened in that room with Mel Gibson and John Chang wasn't just a cool story for a podcast. It was a wake-up call, a reminder that we're just scratching the surface of human potential. And maybe, just maybe, those ancient traditions weren't so primitive after all. Let me know in the comments what you think about all this. Have you ever experienced anything that seemed to defy conventional explanation? Are we ready to take these phenomena seriously? The conversation is just beginning. But next morning, he was a different man. Drawn and upset. He said he'd been visited all night by his long-dead master, raging that he'd broken the strict taboos of his sect, never to show up in public, and never to cause harm or draw blood. He felt deeply chastised. All further testing and filming must end.
You may think that an adult that can't stop watching the P Word looks something like this, but this is what they really look like.
Taboos of his sect, but next morning he was a different man, drawn and upset. He said he'd been visited all night by his long-dead master, raging that he'd broken the strict taboos of his sect, never to show up in public, and never to cause harm or draw blood. He felt deeply chastised. All further testing and filming must end.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's cracking? Oh man, my back just now. Fantastic.
What's going on with your back? You had back issues in the past, right? We talked about that the last time you came out.
Well, I was born scoliotic.
Yeah.
So it's like I just bought my own pen along so I could click the shit through. Here, take all devices away from me.
You remember clicking on the pen?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm a fidget, so I take everything off. So, it's not good. Oh yeah. Born slightly scoliotic. And then, of course, I banged myself up over the years.
Of course. Do they do anything other than surgery for people with scoliosis?
They do, because I don't want to do surgery. When you start opening stuff up and fooling with it, there's no going back.
Especially the back.
Yeah.
Back's a rough. I've never met anybody that had like fusions or anything where it turned out good.
And like Hippocrates, you know, the father of medicine, he said, in any illness, look first to the spine. And it was like, he's kind of right. It emanates from the core.
Well, if your back is fucked up, everything's fucked up. Yeah. You know, no matter how strong your arms and legs are, if your back is fucked up, you're in trouble.
Yeah, that's true. Your brain, everything goes.
People, you know what's on. People with back problems, like they can't think straight because you're always like, you know, it's always
There's a gift in thinking straight.
tell me more. What do I know?
Well, it actually takes you down some pretty weird. If you're happy all the time, you know, you don't have to strive to find thoughts to make yourself happy.
Right.
It's like it's a good predisposition. I think.
I agree to that. Yeah, I think being happy all the time is good. It's kind of an unlikely scenario.
No, but it is. Yeah. But we all want it. You notice we all yearn for it.
Yeah.
That's the only thing we all want.
Right.
Little peace.
Well, it's also we're shown it, like in television, movies. Like we're shown happiness as this goal. Seek happiness. Be happy. Always happy. Never be upset. You know, it's not realistic.
It's completely. However, it's nice to have those little journeys through art where you can actually explore those things. You can explore your ids. You can explore happiness, and so you can experience the opposite. I look at situations around me, and I generally feel pretty grateful from what some people go through. Sure. And everybody's got their crap. But like this morning, for example, I would be surprised if my home is still there.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, but the house is on fire. Yeah. My friend Tom Segura, his house is gone.
Yep.
Where he used to live. Sold it, luckily.
Yeah, I have a son. He's in the sort of volunteer fire brigade, Milo. I call him the mayor of Malibu. And he's running around. I asked him, how's things looking there, Milo? He said, not good, Pops. And he sent me a video of my neighborhood. And it's
Leopleurodon magicus is a mid-sized ocean creature, typically between 20 and 25 feet long. I've yet to directly encounter one myself, but from the tales other tribes have shared, it compares to no other on the island. The rumors indicate that this beautiful creature has magical properties. However, the sightings are so rare, it's hard to decipher old tribes' tales from the underlying truth.
I think, look,
They say that Leopleurodon is an elusive creature that can harness its magical powers to retreat from predators or aggressors of any kind. But the beekeeping tribes claim that their honey is so sweet that not even the Leopleurodon could resist. Leopleurodon is rumored to bring good fortune to those adventurous enough to tame it. With the Leopleurodon by their side, tribes have apparently managed to obtain treasure beyond their wildest dreams. Supposedly, even after you've gained its favor, it remains incredibly aloof and will eventually use its abilities to escape even the strictest of captivity.
Like a lot of the Central American countries did. They have a culture of death. You know, even Mexico, I mean, they used to tear people's hearts out and Aztecs, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Aztecs were like the Romans, the Mayans were like the Greeks, but they also got dabbled in some stuff. Costa Rica always had a policy that it's like the Switzerland of Central America. Emphasize education and health, and everybody's literate. It's kind of interesting in that way, but it deals with real troubles.
Yeah. Well,
Like every country.
especially anywhere down in that part of the world, it's just like there's so much sketchy shit going on all around you.
Yeah, and yeah, one has to be forewarned, forearmed, all that. So I have a nice place down there.
Yeah, I have some friends that have a place in Mexico. And I was like, don't you ever worry?
I work at Derek. Bars, rival things and stuff. And they and I'm not going to say your name. But I never felt insecure in that way. And, you know, there's some stories. Yeah, no, you remember stuff. I know. I used to watch guys do what I call a fouling of bodyguards around me. Like for security and stuff. I used to have like a little. It doesn't make me feel it'd be okay. Why not?
Why not? Right? Until you're not. And everybody's going to do it until you're not.
I had a dodgy situation one night. I acted crazy.
Yeah?
Yeah. You act crazy every day.
Especially if you are a little crazy.
You know, you're in a stress mode. So you actually get angry. If I feel like I'm threatened, I get angry, which is what happened. And then you get really in people's faces and they think this guy's crazy. But all the old cultures thought that. Like when there were people traveling across the Great Plains to go west, you know, you acted nuts, they'd leave you alone because they didn't want your evil spirits.
So what happened with you?
Not nothing. They left me alone.
Well, where was it?
Oh man, I was in a bad neighborhood. It was when I first got into LA. And I was to go to dinner with Costa Gavras. He was a Greek director. I went the wrong. And it was before they had phones with like
Right.
So
The Thomas guy.
it was the Thomas guy. Anyway, I wasn't guided well by Thomas. I ended up in the wrong place. And then my muffler fell off. And I was driving a Mercedes, you know, pretty nice sporty car. You know. And I thought, I had a wife in the car. I pulled into a side street. The sun was going down. And as I got out of the car, I thought, I got to fix this muffler. I can't just drag it. People started coming from houses. And they came up to me, and I saw them coming in the rearview mirror. And I jumped out of the car and got in their face. And I said, what the fuck do you want? I felt threatened.
Right.
And the guy said, man, I'm just looking for some money. You got any money? I didn't give you money. And it was like, I thought, I'll think about it when I'm fucking finished. You know. I opened the trunk. And this is the weird part. I never quite understand. I opened the trunk to see what I could help me put them up with that trunk. And sitting there, there were two things in the back of the trunk. There are wire cutters and a coat hanger. It's exactly what I needed, and I don't know why it was there. That's weird, isn't it?
That's very weird. So you used the coat hanger to wire up your muffler?
Yep. I got a piece of wire, wired the muffler up. The whole time, more guys are coming. And they're standing behind me, and I'm feeling like, oh. And anyway, I get up, I finish the muffler, slammed, and I'm acting mad and crazy the whole time. And I think this guy's nuts. And I get back to the car, and my wife gives me a handful of cash. What's it? This is just 5 at once. Give it to him. So I threw it off. But it was like, it was looking hairy. And you know,
What year was this?
oh my God, back in the 90s.
Fitness isn't just about what you do in the gym, it's also about your nutrition. But even with the best diet, some nutrients can be hard to get, and AG1 can help fill those gaps. For free if you go to AG1.com.
This is place is just on fire.
The whole state is so coordinated. It's so frustrating and confusing. And then who gets on TV and pretend like everything's great? And California, we have the best state. We have the most amazing economy. I'm like, you're out of your fucking mind. You're ruining the state.
Well,
Yeah. It's just unbelievable that society crumbles that quickly. It is unbelievable. Everything. Yeah. I read a book by Jerry.
yeah, crazy, right? It's just all the things you need for civilization is caving and collapse. And a lot of those things are present in the few precursors of the collapse. They're present in our time. So it's the mutual observation.
I mean, there's usable construction. Like the stuff that they would build from one day, walking in, nothing more about it. There's something because it's interesting. Somebody was flying what they thought was a volcano in the 30s, some buzzword. And he thought, hey, that's too many built there. If there's 4 by 8 foot bricks, that's not amazing. And it is literally the biggest building in the world. It's bigger than the ones in it's in the yeah, we talked about that the other day. Yeah, so recently discovered, right? Well, we working tirelessly for like the first few years. All of the pyramids fit into the one big thing. It's amazing. And so that tells you that the plastic civilization is bigger and grander and more sophisticated civilization. It's pretty interesting. Well, it is unbelievable how, like, when you the accounts of like people that visited Mexico and visited the Aztecs, like what the markets looked like, how insane it was, and how gorgeous it was. Yeah, I'd say, I don't know if it's Jesus, but I think people are pretty dissatisfied. It would have been hard for Cortez to do actually take over civilization, less than civilization is pretty dissatisfied with the way things are going. So I think they have to ultimately rebel. When you make a movie like that, I mean, that's a crazy undertaking. You're making an entire movie where there's no English in it at all, and it's a blockbuster. That's one of the best movies. It's a fucking good movie. Well, because I think it's really speaking your language, and you're looking at indigenous and because it's totally different, and you can buy the horror and the primal nature of the story you want to tell. And it's just a series of fears, one after the other. You know, being chased by scary guys, or eaten by wild animals, or hit by slow guns. It's all like a series of things that I think basically what I've been doing is trying to talk about it. And this is what I think we do. What are the things yeah, we do that. Kinda. We do. Yeah. We do. We just dress it up. Yeah. And when you find out medications are killing people, and people prescribe it, and they do it for money, that's kind of sacrifice. When you find out that wars are irresponsible, they're not just. They're for money. You send our young people over there. They're dying. Mm-hmm. Sometimes for good reason, sometimes for not. I mean, I love this. I love the warrior. I do. I love the warrior. Yeah. And we hate an unjust war. Yes. Yeah. No. But it's alive in our society. It really is. Just dressed up in a different way. Rhetoric around. But eventually, like in Apocalypse, yeah, still a good one. Yeah. And then I tell them people, hey, we're archaeologists and scientists, and it hadn't happened. So there's this revision that it did. But there are accounts from the time where, yes, people did witness these things. And of course, I had like a battery of archaeologists and scientists and professors on my own that yeah, well, this stuff did happen, and here's the depictions of it in paintings and images. It did happen. So when you set out to make a movie like that, like first of all, what brings you to that? Did you get the script first? Like was it an idea that you had in your head? It's just been from in the air. And I was working on something, and a buddy of mine said, "So what do you want to do next?" I said,
direct something. And I didn't want to direct a chase film. He said, what kind of chase? I said, a foot chase. He said, what? I said, yeah, I think they're chasing me. There's something kind of primal and scary about a foot chase. And I think in order to have a foot chase, you can't have a society where there's any kind of cars or anything like that. Otherwise, you have a car chase. But I want to film a foot chase like it's a car chase. And he said, oh. I said, what are you thinking? I said, well, I'm thinking if you go back before Columbus discovered America, and it's like people assume that Columbus discovered America and then life began. I said, I want to know what was happening right before he got there. Before he got there. And I said, so I had this idea that you see all this stuff going on and there's no time period on it, and then all of a sudden you date it by the arrival of Europeans. It's kind of like the Rod Serling, Planet of the Apes.
Yeah.
Like kind of a cool ending. And he said, oh, wow. And he said, where do you think Columbus landed? I said, well, I don't know. Let's look. So I looked up, and the first peoples he encountered were Mayan trading canoes off the coast of Honduras.
You got it.
And I thought, cool. What was happening? And you look at these pyramids and temples and stuff at that time. And then the story was born from there. And of course, then I read the book by Jared Diamond, Collapse. I read the Mayan Bible, the Popol Vuh, and tried to delve into what they believed and what their civilization was like. And they had concepts, as we do, of heaven and hell, of punishment or reward. It was a little different. In fact, when I went down to the archaeological sites and those areas, they said something. It was like, well, what is it? And I said, we don't know. It was this carved image of this Mayan warrior.
Farted?
And it was like, So they dug further and further, and it went like 26 meters down. And it was the entire story of the Popol of the twins going into hell and getting their father's head and swimming back. And it's this crazy story. And it kind of dated that book, because I think it was almost 3,000 years old, this mural, this carving. So it tells you the story's pretty old. And they thought initially it was probably back in the 1300s, but this confirmed that it was at least 2,600 years old. Something like that. Yeah, so it's pretty cool. But to be there when they're digging that stuff up is mind-blowing.
Well, they're missing so much of the Mayan history. It's very influential problem.
I want the water.
They're missing so much of the Mayan history because everybody's gone. But you ever see that very bizarre carving where it looks like there's a guy who's sitting in a cockpit of a spaceship, looking through some sort of an eye thing?
Yeah, they got some weird stuff. It's like
weird. Yeah. Where there's fire underneath the chair. Like, what is that?
They got dudes that look like Europeans. They have these guys with red beards and helmets and stuff.
Yeah.
Like these Phoenician guys who probably traveled over there early on.
Yeah.
Probably maybe in the 6th century or something like that. So it wasn't that long a boat ride. So they probably went over there and made contact, and they thought they were gods or something, and then they went away again. They said, we'll wait for them to come back. And of course they did come back, but it didn't work out the same.
No. Well, there's so many accounts of people visiting, especially when you get into the Amazon.
Sure. Oh, I don't know about the Amazon.
Oh my God.
Tell me about that.
Well, first of all, the Amazon used to be filled with people, and most of the Amazon is man-made. The jungle in the Amazon is agriculture.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The jungle in the Amazon, they didn't even know this until fairly recently. And they now know from flying over, they use LiDAR, which is this light emitting radar. So when they use this laser radar shit and they fly over it, they're finding all these grids and pathways and cities in the jungle. So the jungle had consumed all these cities. I think there was millions and millions of people living in the Amazon. Yeah. And that Europeans came over, diseases, everybody dies, jungle consumes the city. People come back 200 years later looking for it, like the lost city of Z, like that story.
Right. Yeah.
They go back to look, and there's nothing left.
Yeah. Guns, germs, and steel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Wow. That's fascinating. I'll have to look into that.
And we're going through all of this right now. Guns, germs, and steel.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Germs.
Yeah.
The germs. I'm just just on the tail end of the hideous flu that was going on.
You get the H5N1 virus. That was this yeah, that's 2009. Yeah. Yeah, it was an epidemic, a pandemic, whatever you want to call it. But it didn't have the same sort of press releases that COVID did.
Sure. I got the swine, but I acted more like a pig. Wallowing in my own mud.
So I like Flight Risk. It's a fun movie.
Oh, it's a hoot. Yeah, it's a hoot. I mean, I think the first thing you got to do with any film, and I think it's incumbent upon all directors, artists, to entertain first, in some fashion. Even if it's a heavy story, you have to find some aspect of it that entertains. And I think this, for entertainment's sake, is just fun and it's quick. I'm not subjecting you to 4 hours of like watching Autism Dry.
Right.
It's like, it's 85, 90 minutes.
Yeah, and it's a good time.
Yeah, and Mark is insane.
Yeah, he's great in it. Good psycho.
Oh, he's a psychopath. Mark's got a good dark tonight. There's some dark stuff there that he was able to draw from. And every now and then, in fact, we had to cut most of it out. It was but you think
when you make a movie now, I mean, you've had such a career. When you make a movie now, like how do you decide what typically money?
Yeah, the things, and they speak for a long time. And it's I remember when. So that's part of it. Showing nobody dies for a lie.
Yeah. Well, the resurrection is the one that is the most difficult for people to swallow.
Yeah.
But that was the one that requires the most faith.
Most faith in this resurrection. Who gets back up 3 days later after he gets murdered in public, gets back up under his own power. Buddha didn't do that.
Right.
You know, so.
You believe that was a real event?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
What brought you to that belief? Is this something you've always had, or is it something you studied it and you've come to this conclusion because of the...
Black Hawk helicopters take off from Fort Bliss in Texas and fly a few miles across the border into Mexico. They touch down outside a nondescript single-story building that intelligence believes is being used by the cartel for manufacturing fentanyl. The doors closed, 5 Sicarios are eliminated. SWAT finds intelligence on a laptop in the location of another cartel facility up the road. Just then, an FPV explosive drone slams into one of their helicopters. They blow the equipment in place, and the team jumps into the remaining helicopter. An MQ-9 Reaper drone flying overhead fires a missile, flattening the entire building. January 20th, 2025, the United States government officially designated Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, which now opens up the door to the possibilities of missions exactly like this to occur.
This evening, the president declared a national emergency at the southern border. President Trump officially designating them as foreign terrorist organizations.
What historical examples can we examine to better understand how this situation might unfold? What would military action against the cartels look like at the tactical level? How might the cartels respond? And are we finally going to get Sicario free? A series of 10 executive orders signed by President Trump into law outline this crackdown, and within them are a lot of surprising changes. One of the most important to understand, I think, is the United States government declared the border with Mexico as an emergency, which orders the U.S. reinforcements to repel further invasion of the border.
This includes illegal migration and cartel drug trafficking. By declaring an emergency, it will change the current situation in a few ways. But before we get into that, I want to tell you about this video sponsor. PDS Debt provides personalized debt solutions, and this would have been a game changer for me back when I was underwater with multiple accounts. It's a new year, and we're all looking for get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/test23. It only takes 30 seconds, and it could be the only thing keeping you from being debt-free in 2020. Back to the show. First, the executive order will significantly increase the federal authority and funding for missions efforts. Order. This will in turn surge the amount of troops at the border who will work to construct additional physical barriers. We're talking about the most overpowered part of the U.S. military being put into action here. It's logistics, its ability to bring material on site. According to an internal U.S. government memo obtained by CBS News, right now they're considering sending 10,000 additional soldiers to the roughly 2,500 already stationed there. The memo revealed more about the plan, stating that the Defense Department may convert its bases into holding facilities for detained migrants and will use military transport planes to send migrants back to their home country. The first thing that stood out to me right off the bat is the type of units that are being sent gives us some kind of clue of what's going on here. These are some of America's top infantry units, the 82nd Airborne, the 10th Mountain Division, and 500 engineers from the Marines. This is meant to send a signal to the cartel, I think. Shortly after the changes, cartel gunmen opened fire on American Border Patrol agents on Fronton Island, which has been nicknamed Cartel Island because the cartel often gallivants through there. The gunmen were in the middle of trying to smuggle migrants across when they opened fire on the agents. Border Patrol, of course, fired back, causing the cartel to flee, and there was no casualties, but it's clear indication to me personally that the cartel is pushing boundaries and testing what the response of the new administration will be. Cross-border gunfire between rival factions in the cartel isn't unheard of, but what's really unusual, I think, is the cartel directly targeting Border Patrol agents now. So there's a misunderstanding here with a lot of people. Technically, designating cartels as FTOs does not immediately grant authority to use the U.S. military against the cartel, but it does open the door to it, and let me explain why that is. So they're actually prohibited from doing any law enforcement roles under the Posse Comitatus Act, but possibly not for long, because there's a part of the emergency at the border executive order that I think a lot of people might have missed. If you look at Section 6B, it says, quote, within 90 days of the date of this proclamation, the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of Homeland Security shall submit a joint report to the President about the conditions at the southern border of the United States and any recommendations regarding additional actions that may be necessary to obtain complete operational control of the southern border, including, and this is the important part, including whether to invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807, end quote. I think that paragraph is almost more significant than the FTO designation, which is already huge. And that's because if the Insurrection Act ends up being recommended, it will allow U.S. troops to pull triggers and arrest cartel members. So the logic here is that by first designating them as foreign terrorist organizations, it builds the case that there's a justification in using the Insurrection Act, which would in turn allow special forces to knock on cartel doors. Well, probably they won't knock, but you know what I mean. The Insurrection Act is one of the most powerful emergency acts that the U.S. president can use. It would essentially let the government go weapons-free, ham style on the cartels. It would take Congress and the courts a long time to try to revoke it in a difficult process if they even wanted to try. So, what would that look like? The Insurrection Act has a complicated history from being used against the KKK during the Reconstruction era in the early 1870s. It was used to combat widespread terrorism by the Klan against African Americans. And to me, that sounds like a pretty badass mission to be on. But there's also been kind of less cool uses. It was used to persecute Native American tribes and capture fugitive slaves, which in hindsight, not so great. It's not just the Insurrection Act, though. President Trump also stated that he would invoke the Alien Enemies Act, which would further grant the U.S. military the ability to deport foreign gangs and cartel members. To get a better idea of what using special forces against the cartel would look like, I spoke with former Green Beret from the 1st Special Forces Group, Nate, from the YouTube channel Valhalla VFT. Nate has experience running counter-narcotics missions in Afghanistan.
The biggest one that we don't see getting talked about in all these videos right now about, Delta Force to smash the cartels and Special Forces to destroy the cartels. Yeah, this isn't Iraq in 2006. This isn't Fallujah, where we can just do call-outs into Tijuana or wherever a city and then just be like, if you aren't out by tomorrow at noon, everybody dies inside. This is an allied nation, okay? So civilian casualties is a massive consideration for any type of operation or direct operation that we're going to do against the cartels, because keep in mind, the cartels are inlaid through everything. Cities, government, police forces, tons of people make their money through the cartels. Really, what we'll have to do is assist the Mexican military or police in whatever they think is the appropriate way to do that. Keep in mind, as Green Berets, that's only 12 of us on it. We can't do anything unilaterally, really. It's not realistic.
As an American, this is a lot to unpack. Not sure how I feel about this exactly, right? You don't want the cartels operating with impunity any longer, but there's also some possibly downsides to this. Usually when I'm unsure about something, I like to make a pros and cons list to suss it out. So, for the pros, we have disruption of cartel operations, reduction of drug flow, increased intelligence gathering, improved regional security, potential humanitarian relief by helping weaken cartels that subject local communities to violence and exploitation, possibly more control of weapons trafficking from the United States to Mexico. Those are all, I like that. Now, the cons could violate Mexico's sovereignty and cause strain in relations with our largest trading partner, could increase civilian casualties, retaliation from cartels against U.S. assets, could escalate violence and create more chaos, could become just a long, prolonged engagement that's similar to past failed U.S. military interventions like in Afghanistan and Iraq, could have a negative economic impact. All right. Texas was now Texas is matching with a TurboTax expert who does everything for you. No taxes in a day. So you can get up to $4,000 instantly. Now this is Texas.
Almost died.
Intuit TurboTax.
I jumped off the hill, thinking it was okay.
So the
Thankfully, I had a parachute.
list hasn't really made it any more clear. Let's take a look at lines on the map to see if that tickles my tism any better and sheds some more light. It can put some context visually on what the problem looks like.
60.
This here's the map that shows where the Sinaloa and Juarez cartel control sections of territory.
My character was thirsty. I needed water.
So these executive orders are aimed at keeping that contained, but the exact scope of the mission is going to be determined in part by the Secretary of Defense. According to a former U.S. Special Forces operator who spoke to the Rolling Stone magazine, this is how U.S. military action against the cartels might play out. U.S. Special Forces would run field interdiction missions where they would track targets to their headquarters and then they would execute raids on high-value targets. Intelligence gathered from mobile phones and interrogation of captured fighters would lead to a mission cycle or a full gameplay loop that would rinse and repeat until the list of the top cartel leaders were absolutely eliminated. From there, they would start to move down to lower-ranking.
Was this the game?
That's a huge one that we're going to have to deal with.
Was that the game?
Getting that intelligence. Even in Afghanistan, the majority of our intelligence, human intelligence, came from Afghans who would sell out.
What does the blue say?
Like that, right?
Can provide everyone poops.
Okay, wait.
Everyone poops. Can provide nitrogen to help crops grow in their plots. So that's poop?
Yeah. so cold and about to die.
I don't know.
I know too.
I didn't even start though. You're cold. Well, when you get cold, so your husband told me that. I don't know how to say that. And then when you get cold, you can get like, you can die.
Yeah. You see my house cold?
Yeah, it's a pretty. Okay, you're getting healthy. You're at 20. You went 5, but not 6. Not 5.
Go. There we go. There. Go. What? Enough?
Imagine we made a deal we could pack each other's lunches and I pack you just a chile.
Oh,
It's a great way to level up your investment. Robinhood Gold operates a 3% match on health.
Would you back? I ain't even like want to see what I was doing. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. See how Mega was made? Yeah, dude.
They're implementing another work platform again.
Again, this is another one of those products. So I don't care if they're chopping up beans and throwing them in these jars. It would not stop me from eating these. I don't care how disgusting the process is. I don't care if they're literally sewer diving and scraping the remnants off the walls of the sewer system and putting it in the jars. It would not stop me from eating things. That's how good it is. Don't care.
According to one theory, mayonnaise originated in the town of Mahon in Spain, where it was known as salsa mayonnaise. Mayonnaise makes sandwiches zestier.
Oops, mayonnaise. Y'all ever had this brand?
Did you? Did you ever heard of?
Good?
Have you ever heard the meme that someone told Queso, you're the reason that they hold on, wait, I forgot.
Oh man. Hellman's mayonnaise, you get the little squirt top.
That someone said to Queso, like, you know when they donate, then they type so they can say in the voice.
Turns canned
like,
tuna into tuna salad.
You're the reason they evolved double doors.
Belgian style.
I was laughing so hard when they said it.
Mayonnaise recipes vary.
You look so short.
Oil as the main ingredients.
What's your back like that? Your big back?
All yolks, all white. At this mayonnaise factory, the raw eggs arrive in liquid form by tanker truck.
What?
They've been pasteurized to kill off salmonella and other common bacteria. The egg supplier has also cleaned and sealed the tank valve, an additional food safety precaution. A worker clamps a sanitary evacuation hose to the tank, then with a few blows of a mallet, releases the valve.
So much straight egg.
A pump draws the eggs through the hose into a refrigerated receiving tank. The second main ingredient, soybean oil,
It's straight up eggs in that
Holy
tanker.
shit. Oh, okay.
What, you thought it was
arrives by railway.
So every time you see one of these on the rails, it's straight egg.
Tanker car.
Straight eggs.
Like all bulk ingredient deliveries, for food safety, the tank is sealed at the supplier to ensure it isn't open prior
What's
to
a tank
arrival here.
for
Oh,
eggs?
that's soybean oil.
Oh.
It's soybean oil.
A pumping system transfers the oil to a large holding tank. Meanwhile, factory workers weigh out the ingredients that make up this company.
Red 40. They say that stuff will kill you.
Kill you. You sound British. It kill you.
Secret blend of spices. Next, they mix this spice blend with white vinegar, cider vinegar, and salt.
Should I make it, my
Then they
friend?
add liquid natural flavors.
Where are you at? Oh, they need one nickel. Oh, he's a male. Okay,
They pour this mixture into a large tank of room temperature water. Produce what they
I'm gonna
call
make
a
it, my
slurry.
friend. I gotta get some raw meat.
The raw eggs, meanwhile, have been transferred into a large
You just
refrigerated holding.
the controller keeps cooking.
So now there are 3 holding tanks at the ready. A slurry tank, an egg tank, and an oil tank.
Mom, they need so
A
many
computerized
tanks.
proportioning system extracts the required amount from each tank and sends it to a mixing vessel. A couple of minutes of mixing at high agitation merges the eggs.
Kata! Get Luna out of here. Get Luna out of here. She's out here. Riding the shoes. Luna, get your ass out of there. Get your ass out of there.
In this test, for example, they mix the mayo with inequality, mix level indicator, and deionized water at the affinity level.
Nope.
Once the mix it fills the jar in just 40 seconds. Next puts on a plastic cap. Inside the cap is a foil seal. This machine uses targeted induction to fuse the seal to the rim of the jar without heating the air in the process. The seal preserves freshness and indicates the jar wasn't tampered with after leaving the factory. Labeling.
Ahí se va a quedar. Ahí se va a quedar. Hey.
Esta tarde le mandé un mensaje a Dani, ya vienes, Dani, tienes trabajo mañana, pero apenas le mandé un mensaje. Mañana, si Dios quiere, entonces mañana comérate la papa. Así.
Está bien.
Dice que, pues nomás es un pedacito, yo creo para que le dé. ¿verdad? Dios quiere que no se vaya de casa. Ay, ¿por qué se le quita el oro? Ay, se me anda viendo para México, para allá, que me cure un sobandero, porque allá no batalla el sobandero. No, hombre, allá hay mucho tiempo. Claro que si voy a tener una competencia en el parque, porque no se pide tanto.
Sí, yo me puedo. ¿Visitas de la mañana lo tiene ahí? ¿Está como? ¿Qué va? ¿Qué pasa? No hay llamada. Sí, está bien.
¿Te echó una llamada?
Sí.
Hace rato vi que estaba hablando en inglés, y pues ya, aquí me están hablando, pero no le conocí a un saben.
Sí, está hablando todavía.
¿No es?
Pero nomás.
¿Ya de tu papá no me nada?
Sí, que me traigas chela.
No.
Sí, no.
In this test, technicians use a machine called a viscometer to measure the product's consistency. The fact
Kraft is good too. I will say Kraft is pretty good too, but it don't mess with helmets.
factory also packages its mayo into single-serving pouches. They're made of polyethylene film on one side, foil printed with the product label on the other. This multitasking machine forms rows of pouches.
We'll do a light test of the mayo. I'll probably make a city. Not gonna lie. That's the only like family that straight mayo. Here's the thing about mayo, it's so good on a sandwich or something. But like if you eat straight mayo, you know what I mean? Yeah. Mayo is only not gonna lie, mayo by itself is nasty. But if you put it on something, it makes everything.
Inserts about 4 ounces of mayonnaise per pouch, then seals and separates the pouches. These pouches,
you know what? I guarantee there's at least one person watching this eating mayo straight out of jar.
are shipped to ready-made sandwich vendors and fast food restaurants, whose customers need mayo on the go.
You know what I mean? Because you gotta think about it, Chad. There might be at least one person in here that's eating mayo straight off the jar. Type 1 if you're that person. The only little squirt top with 5 gifted. Exactly. You get the helmet with the little squirt top. You know what? The process of mayo was not that bad at all. You know, it's probably going to be good. Alright, last one. Maybe.
With so much on their plates, busy people rely on shortcuts to help prepare meals. Nowadays, you can stock your pantry with cans of pre-cooked meat, so there's always something on hand to use in sandwiches, stews, stir-fries, and other tasty dishes. This canned meat is meticulously hand-produced by a craft cannery and made in small batches.
Never heard of Keystone? Y'all eat Keystone?
Contains no artificial ingredients or preservatives, just meat and sea salt. When it's shipped in a
You said what?
It contains no artificial ingredients or preservatives, just meat and sea salt. When a shipment of meat arrives at the cannery, the quality control manager reports its lot code for tracking purposes. As a food safety precaution, he confirms the temperature of the meat. Each must be from 0 to 39 degrees Fahrenheit. A skilled butcher then inspects the meat and trims off the excess fat.
This is not what's in
If it's a large piece, the butcher slices it into smaller pieces so that it can pass through the dicing machine. The dicer cuts the meat into 1-inch cubes. At the filling station, aluminum cans circulate around the rotating table. As one worker shovels cubed meat onto the center of the table, others manually fill cans, while simultaneously performing a quality inspection.
Manually filling a can? Why does this dude have a job? Make a robot to take this dude's job right now. How dare this dude have a job? A robot can do that. I'm joking.
Workers will discard any cubes that are discolored or too fatty. Next, technicians place a single cube of sea salt in each can filled with meat.
You really expect me to believe that's all they do with it? Is put some meat and a marshmallow in it.
This is the only added ingredient.
That can't be true.
At the next station, workers weigh each can individually and either add or remove meat to reach the requirement. The filled cans now travel on a conveyor belt to the cookroom.
No.
There, they enter the preheater, which blasts them with steam for 20 seconds. This expels air that's trapped between the cubes of meat.
You're skipping the part when they throw red foil in. Something bad.
Next, the cans move into the closing machine. The machine compresses the meat to provide sufficient clearance.
What is red foil? Fentanyl? It's a food dye? If that's the case, then why does it kill? Is it because it's called a dye? Like it wants you to die? I don't understand the whole red foil thing. You know? Get a 5,000 bits from Renoa. W Renoa with the 5,000 bits. As much of it can, well, I'm dead, dude. There's no many bags of toxins I eat in my lifetime. You might as well get the fuel away. Case, hey, Case, my best friend Katie and I absolutely love these things. We really brighten our days. If you wish Katie happy birthday, today's her birthday. Yo, happy birthday, Katie. Gotta tell Katie happy birthday. Happy birthday, Katie. It's made with a parasite. It's gonna crush up parasite. Okay. Okay. Even if that is true, that's not true. But okay.
Turns at the top of the can. This headspace creates a vacuum on the can to draw out the remaining air. A device attaches the lid by a process known as double seaming.
Where's the red
The process rolls the edges of the lid and can together, forming a rim that provides an airtight seal.
This can't be this wholesome. It can't be. There's gotta be something here that kills you.
It's time to get cooking. A worker lowers the cans into a commercial-sized pressure cooker.
This can't be all it is!
cooking under steam pressure produces the tenderizing effects of slow cooking.
Put some pesticides in it, something!
The meat cooks in its own juices. The cooking temperature varies depending on the type of meat and the can size.
It can't be, bro.
When the meat is ready, the technician removes the cans and sets them aside for about an hour.
Check the carcinogens.
The cans are then moved to the packaging area. As a worker loads the labeling machine, he inspects each can for dents or damaged seals. One by one, the cans roll over a blue rack. Then a stack of labels, wrapping themselves in the top seal. At the same time, the machine counts the number of cans. After rolling off the labeling machine, the cans pass through an inkjet printer, which applies the best use by tape.
That's what kills you right there. The ink, that's the best 5 days leads in through the metal. It gets up in there, that's where it red fully.
Great gift. All Valentine's Day gifts were filled with peanut butter. It's a grease instead of anything.
Cooking.com has all kinds of things, because some love will rest the cat. Others feel different. There's only one place in the United States where you can find a wild native crocodile. It's also the only place in the world where crocodiles and alligators live side by side. And some of the strangest surprises lie in Florida's unexpected location.
If you've been a wild swamp or even a river,
it's a vast man-made cave of water stretching for miles in the shadow of a nuclear power plant.
why do crocodiles gather in this unexpected place? And how is the landscape shaped by splitting atoms from home to one of America's rarest predators?
South Florida, the land of sun-soaked beaches, all-night feasts, sun-heat hotels, and crocodiles. American crocodiles live delicate. 150-mile crocodiles these aren't invasive species like so many of Florida's reserves. They are little and rare. But another American and North neighbors, alligators, there are some key differences. Crocs can be longer, they have narrower snouts with more visible teeth, and the strongest fangs in the animal kingdom.
The crocodilians have been around for over 80 million years, dating back to the time of the dinosaurs. Their lineage remains largely unchanged, which is a testament to their resilience.
At its peak, South Florida's crocodile population may have numbered 3,000 or more. But by the mid-1970s, those numbers had plummeted to just a few hundred. But some of those elusive reptiles found an unlikely sanctuary right here at Turkey Point Nuclear Power Plant just south of Miami. Turkey Point was built in the 1960s to generate electricity for South Florida's human population. Energy from this plant powered nearly 1 million homes. But what makes Turkey Point unique isn't just the size and location, it's what surrounds it.
One of the misconceptions that we have is that there's some radioactivity to the cooling canals, and really that's not the case. The crocodiles here are living in the brackish water that is just cycling through the plant, but not actually touching any of the radioactive equipment.
The canal system is massive. It's 150 linear miles of cooling canal. You can actually see it from space.
The water passes through the nuclear plant to remove excess heat. Water then cools as it travels through the canals.
And so it works in the same way as a radiator. Once the cooling water has exited the plant, it takes about 48 hours for it to cycle back through again.
At first glance, this just sounds like an industrial solution to an ordinary appearance problem. But over the years, these canals have become something else entirely.
Both of our nuclear units went into operation in the early 1970s. And then in 1978, while doing some work on site, we found a crocodile nest.
Crocodiles were in a lot of trouble. We're talking about a population of about 150 to 300 animals in the 60s and 70s.
The intention when we built the power plant and when we built the cooling plant was not to have some amazing habitat for animals. Once it was created, we recognized that we did have crocodiles here. It was really there to discover so much more about the crocodiles that we had here. We really have three things that are necessary for crocodiles. One, the cooling canal system is an ecosystem in and of itself to go have a great crocodile to eat. We have elevated dorms that are used for nesting. And really one of the biggest reasons is because we don't have public on site.
We have this whole network of canals where crocodiles can live freely and not worry about human.
But the presence of crocodiles in these waters isn't just some strange nature sideshow. They play a critical role in this ecosystem.
Crocodiles are at the top of the food chain. Without them, the rest of the food chain falls apart. They're the cleanup crew. They keep other populations in check.
Unlike alligators, crocodiles can tolerate salt water thanks to special glands that help them expel excess salt. They prefer coastal, brackish, and saltwater habitats, the same habitats where the humans of Florida like to build homes.
As we built houses, we were taking away a lot of the habitat from the crocodiles.
So as the crocs of South Florida lost their preferred nesting habitat to human development, some of them turned to Turkey Point to go refuge.
Today, Turkey Point is South Florida's most concentrated nesting area for American crocodiles.
Let's talk about cell phone actually, but seriously, Google Fi Wireless has this vast online setup.
And we know that thanks to the work of people like Mike Lubeck.
Ever since I was born, I always had this innate obsession with reptiles. So what's bigger about a reptile than a crocodile? Crocodiles are just extremely intelligent creatures, and we really haven't even scratched the surface of their intelligence. Some of the myths of the American crocodile is that they're these basically bloodthirsty beasts. They're nothing like that. Although they're extremely efficient predators, they're actually very shy by nature.
Each year, Mike and his team monitor hundreds of crocodiles here in the canals, tracking their growth, health, and nesting behavior. It's part science, part detective work, sometimes part adventure.
So, mother crocodile will come up here, she'll scratch, she'll open the nest cavity, deposit her eggs, cover the eggs back up, and then go back into the water. It'll be about 3 months of incubation until those eggs hatch, and she'll be coming up and down and checking on her nest and protecting her nest in the meantime. This is actually a nest cavity that's already hatched, and you can see an egg fragment that's left behind. Not too long ago, a whole bunch of little prehistoric hatchlings emerged from this nest. Depending on the size and age of the female, you're looking at anywhere from around 20 to even up to 50 eggs. Of the 20 to 50 eggs, a very small percentage will survive to adulthood. We have to remember that when they emerge from eggs, there's tiny little creatures that are at the bottom of the food. They feed pretty much every other predator out there, everything from birds, fish, turtles, even up to crocodiles as well. Crocodiles are actually on the menu with other crocodiles.
As daylight fades, the real action begins. This is invite us to take to the canals, docking hatcheries, and checking out the
There's nothing else I'd rather be doing than chasing around crocodiles. The best time of day to catch them is at night. Basically, during the day, their camouflage is so good, they're completely hidden from the human sight. But if you go out at night and wear a headlamp, you actually reflect it with beady red eyes in the dark of the night. Capturing and hatching crocodiles allows us to get a really good idea of the health of the animals here on the site. Healthy hatching means healthy population. It's important to capture the crocodiles when they're really young because every minute that they're out there, they learn to grow extremely intelligent.
Hatching hatchlings is delicate work. Each capture must be quick and careful to ensure the crocodiles are unharmed.
This year, we actually caught 529 hatchlings, which is the third most hatchlings within the history of the program. After we catch the hatchlings, we take them back to the lab to process. Our federal permit allows us up to 5 days to process the hatchlings, but it's always our goal to get them back to the wild as quickly as possible.
Here in the lab, every hatchling collected in the field becomes a vital piece of the conservation puzzle.
We take a series of measurements such as snout to vent length, total length, head length, tail girth. All of these measurements will teach us about the health of the American crocodile. Each individual croc gets 2 forms of identification, one being a pit tag, which is the size of a grain of rice. It has a unique identification number. It's the same pit tag that you would put to identify a pet cat or dog. So we actually inject that into the base of the tail. The secondary form of identification is actually flipping their scoots so that there is a visual form of identification that we can actually use to identify them without putting our hands on them.
Over the years, the scientists have tagged over 10,000 individuals, creating one of the most comprehensive data sets for any reptile species in the world.
Crocodiles actually have the ability to cover a lot of ground in a little bit of time. So every time we catch the crocodile, we'll actually be able to compare the new data to the old data when we caught it initially, find out how far they've moved, how much they've grown over time. So we have had crocodiles that have hatched here that actually popped up in golf courses in Tampa.
What's looking forward to get them back into the wild where they can grow and recovery of their species.
Since the crocodile program began in the 1970s, the population in South Florida has grown from a few hundred individuals to more than 2,000. It's a remarkable return. 90.6 population expectancy. A testament to the surprising advantage of industry and nature and coalition. The American crocodile population is actually down and endangered from threats in 2007. There's nothing more rewarding than to be able to help this species thrive.
Places like Turkey can realize that progress doesn't just have to come at nature's expense. It can come with it. It just takes a little energy to get things started.
Get matched today with a tax expert who's just right for your situation. They'll do your taxes from start to finish. And you can work with the same expert year after year with TurboTax Live Full Service. And offer. anymore. Keep a bit. Or on alternate things. We ban the maze. No more spider. No more train. No more sliding.
Oh, is there events before? Oh, no, and that's one. Wait, what events? There's no events. I don't know what to enable it.
I guess we go with the no dying game. Yeah? I'll do it. I think you just like the team settings thing.
You cannot go back to lobby. You have to actually just.
You can play it out. Honestly, we can just. Oh, we can just play it out. Right?
Play without minutes.
Yeah, that's all good.
Next time. Wait, what?
You're gonna reveal my power to the world.
Wait, we should back out of the dance.
There's no way to back out.
What? We need bands.
It's okay. We can learn what to ban.
Any tanks yet? Oh, there they are.
Oh, we go.
Everyone ready? Everyone ready? I'm gonna try and grab one. I got roots.
That's actually really good. They're actually a natural.
For real, bro.
Oh, that Wolverine too. I don't know if he's behind us right now or is that? Oh, he could be devil. Oh, he just looked for me. Yeah.
I don't like how we didn't get bands.
Guys, I'm grabbing the Groot again. I missed. Oh my god. Wait, I killed someone anyway. That was good luck, I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, he tried to again. Thank you,
Ow.
yeah, just keep jumping up above.
Yeah.
I'm so checked out because I know there's no bands. I actually like, well, no counters.
Can you shoot it? Yeah, that's really good by actually. I can hold.
Nice trade on the
I'm gonna let you know. Get this fucker out of my screen.
Okay, get him.
Okay, nice.
Oh, we're gonna
Go again. They're low HP. They're 1 HP.
Tell me.
Yeah, that's good. They have block. They do not block. Just listen. 3, 2, 1, now.
Nice.
Go, she's looking.
He's bad. I'll wait the empty back file.
I'm gonna hit a big old character, guys. Give me a second.
I'm ready.
That one might be flanking, guys. Okay, no, that side. 2 people inside left.
Okay. Oh yeah. No, not today.
Guys, I'm gonna grab somebody.
I'll bet you on. Oh my god.
I got this guy.
That's really good.
Nice. I can hold a second. Okay. Oh, smoke and die. Oh, maybe not. I'm going as well as we swirl right now. I'm going. I have my ult.
I got somebody. Just wait. Just hold it.
I don't know what that's what I'm talking about. We're doing big damage. Keep going. I'm just gonna keep going. I'm running for my life now.
Wait, Wolverine still on the line? Where is he?
I don't know.
Yeah, they're fucking dagger
Oh.
Sound cures for it. Sit in the bubble. Yeah, I'm going to close your eye. Nice block. Take it.
I love you, 3, 2, 1, no. I'm scared and making the fight. To me. I missed one too. I just ulted, solo ulted. Okay, I got this guy. Let's see it. Let's see that. Ooh. Okay.
I think it's spunk it.
The squirrels are squirreling. Okay.
Or spunk
How unleashed.
You're on mute.
I got you. Go, Necro Scroll. Go. I'm getting foolish. Come in. I'm squishing them all. Fins on. Go.
I think it's a
Oh god, slicing with the vines.
Something one.
We can do it. I'm going good. I got good. Yeah. Do. Thanks. Okay. Nice, guys.
For 17 years, I had an abusive relationship with the P word, and logically, I knew that it was detrimental to my relationship with my.
The other day, Joe Rogan asked Mel Gibson, director of Path of Christ, about evolution, and you have to see his response. He doesn't buckle. He doesn't care what Hollywood will say about him. In this video report, look at his response and then compare it to what some of the leading biblical scientists have to say about evolution and creation, and you will see how it all ties together with the end of Earth prophecy. You don't want to miss this.
Back to this idea of evolution. So, do you believe that evolution exists in animals? Do you think there's some sort of a natural selection process, or do you think that it is all intelligent design?
Now, this is where most in Hollywood with children. Well, I think everything's created. Right. And maybe things do move on and adapt and change through time. But I think that that's a function of the intelligence also. Yeah. Because I feel like, and I can't really, I'm sorry, I can't intellectually tell you why I don't believe in evolution, but it's just a feeling. I don't think I was able or that people think that recently survived.
So what do you think of the pre-human hominids are that they can discover.
Like, tell me what a pre-human hominid.
Like Australopithecus,
All right.
or some of the other human-like creatures that never made it, like Denisovans, Neanderthals.
Yeah, stuff like that. Okay, well, they've got something called Sid Rutherford. Remember him?
No.
If they looked at it and they did some core samples, and it was put out there by people advocating evolution, and they discovered that it was a human skull attached to the jaw of an ape.
Oh, I do remember.
So there's a hoax.
Yeah, there's been some hoaxes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's also been real stuff.
Really?
Yeah. You don't think so?
Yeah, maybe.
You know, Australopithecus. There's a bunch of different, the Lucy skeleton. There's a bunch of different pre-human hominids.
Yeah, maybe they're monkeys.
Yeah. Well, they're similar to us, just not where we are.
Yeah.
They're on the road to becoming what it means to be a human being.
Yeah. I don't know.
What do you think those are?
I don't know. They could be animals. It could be animals. That's actually well said. You see, what Darwinists try to do is convince the world that this and this and this is basically the same as this. And bottom line, they do look similar to humans because they have the same designer. But now it's correct in that these are animals, but humanity has one distinct difference. We are made in the image of God. And so below that line completely minimizes the importance of God valuing humanity so much that he would allow his only begotten son to sacrifice himself.
Australopithecus. There's a bunch of different, the Lucy skeleton.
Oh, is what they're calling it now, if they've discovered more of the fossils. That means a thumb on the foot. Lucy was a chimp.
The quest for the elusive Eastern fossil between ape-like creatures and humans has given rise to some of the grossest examples of evolutionary propaganda to date. Lucy, who they claim is our distant relative, is perhaps the worst. To see one thing, let's isolate the skin rippling of the evolutionists imagine. Place it next to the skull and watch it happen. What becomes immediately that the two skulls are really identical, with the exception that Lucy's brain cavity is even smaller. To further illustrate this, let's pass the Lucy skull into the chimpanzee skull. With the two skulls now on top of one another, it seems incredibly clear that Lucy was just a type of chimpanzee. To further illustrate the point, let's now pass the Lucy skull into that of a modern human. To be gracious, even if we scale Lucy up, she still doesn't come close to being human.
What would your conclusion be on a creature like this? I mean, clearly, right? In fact, what's Lucy's scientific name? Australopithecus. That means southern ape. Whatever else we can say about Lucy, she is. Let's look at another presumed ancestor of man, or a pre-Homo sapiens. It's Neanderthal.
The problem with Neanderthals, when I was in college, they taught us they were the missing link, and they could barely run, And now we found out that the hypoglossal canal, a hole at the base of the skull, where a nerve goes out to the mouth, so controls our speaking. The hypoglossal nerve is the same size in Neanderthals as in modern people today. Monkeys have this little thin thread-like nerve. They have the hardware, they just don't have the software drivers to actually talk. They think, they have thoughts, probably emotions, but they just can't do that like we can. Neanderthals obviously could talk. We have every bone in Neanderthal man's body.
I don't know how to explain those, Joe. I don't know.
But you do think that human beings were created for God?
I do.
Yeah. When do you think that happened?
When? Probably, and not that long ago.
Really? But not that long ago.
Probably about 8,000 years. About 8,000 years ago.
Really? Yeah. So he says about 8,000 years. Well, that's closer to reality than what they are telling our kids in public schools.
So what do you think things like Göbekli Tepe, when they find these constructions that are dated, carbon dated to 11,000 plus years old?
I question carbon dating. I question carbon dating.
Really?
Yeah. Okay.
It makes things a little simpler.
Well, yeah, they're
Well, carbon dating keeps some pretty rocks in the studies. Yeah, I mean, the science behind, I don't know.
You can't square it.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have, and I don't have to. Carbon dating. Let's listen to what some of the leading scientists who believe in intelligent design have to say about it.
Biblical and scientific reasons why we shouldn't accept those millions of years.
Well, a lot of people think biblical chronology couldn't be true because the Bible says the earth is 6,000 years old.
That's very, very different than saying the earth is 4.5 billion years old.
I know it's 4.5 billion years. Only have 4.5 billion years. No,
You know, a lot of people think that carbon dating proves that the rocks are millions of years old. Carbon dating is never used to prove the rocks. It's only used to date that when we live in things.
Using carbon 14. Because even if it worked the way they thought it did, it can only go out to 110,000 years max, even using the new accelerator mass spectrometer method.
The half-life of carbon-14 is so short, only 5,730 years. You should not find any carbon-14 in anything older than 100,000 years you have even one atom we could detect. The fact that people are routinely finding significant levels of C14 in all these different fossils indicates something wrong with dating methods.
The half-life, the decay rate of carbon-14 is very short, so it's never used to date the rock. The other methods, uranium changing into lead, potassium into argon, rubidium into strontium, we have really long half-life.
All of those, including carbon, depend on 4 basic assumptions. One, you somehow have to be able to estimate the original amount of the parent isotope. 2, you have to somehow calculate the original amount of the daughter isotope. There are little detective forensic ways, but no truly scientific method, rigorous ways to actually determine the beginning of that rock.
They also have to assume that the rate at which, for example, uranium decays into lead has always been constant. They've only been measuring the decay rate for 100 years.
Pressure, magnetic fields, and heat can change the decay rates. Radioactive plutonium is 9 trillion times faster in the plasma state, and evolutionists, Big Bang theorists, believe the whole universe began in the plasma state. And one more, you have to assume the sample has been in a closed system the whole time.
Scientists who are well informed on this issue, PhDs in geology and physics, they say there's problems with every one of those assumptions.
And even if one of these assumptions doesn't go their way, the entire possibility of the whole thing drops to 0.
There's no reason to trust that these are giving us the true age of the rock.
I'd rather play the lottery with my life savings than bet on something like that.
In 2005, Mary Schweitzer, geologist and evolutionist for short,
made arguments about the compatibility of carbon dating and trying to predict the age of humanity, especially considering flood. See, carbon state their claims about evolution and origin of species upon the assumption that everything in creation has been going on as it has since the beginning of time. However, when you include the global flood into the picture, that would change everything. Plate tectonics would not need millions of years for continental drift. A flood and the hand of God could have separated the continents in days. A global flood, you wouldn't need to come up with theories for how various fossils are mixed together with humans across wide ranges of food, because the flood would have destroyed many humans along with animals at the same catastrophic event. And introduce the flood to the picture, guess what? It becomes absolutely impossible to predict not only the age of humanity, but also becomes impossible to predict the age of Earth. Because according to the Bible, the Earth and the entire atmosphere was created drastically different from the pre-flood world. Which means any assumption that negates the possibility of a flood would be false, which is what we have with theories that dismiss it.
And not surprisingly, the Bible said this exact thing would happen in the last days. Look at what Peter wrote. Peter said that in the last days, people would say, where is his second coming promise? Everything that's been going on since the beginning of the creation, which is the same mistake that the Darwinists made. They assumed that there was no flood, and that the earth was never altered by God. Look at what it says right here. But they deliberately forget that long ago, by God's word, the heavens came to be, and the earth was formed out of water by water. And by these waters, the world that was purged and destroyed. So the Bible predicts that a time will come when people will forget about the flood that destroyed the world. And if you're to forget, keep reading what the scripture says here. By the same word, the present heavens and earth are now reserved for fire, being kept for the day of judgment and destruction of the ungodly. You see, after the flood, not only did God change the outer layer of earth, but even the core, the inner layer itself, the sky or the heavens, these things were changed. Well, as it says, being kept reserved for fire. Because God knows that time will come during the day of judgment, instead of water destroying those things, fire can be destroyed. You see, in the first destruction of earth, God placed within it the very thing that would destroy it. And Scripture said that during the flood, water from the deep. Then the earth came out and flooded the earth. And many creation scientists speak of what was at the time a canopy of water and a firmament that also failed, crashing down on earth, allowing the water to flood. See, the things that God was destroyed the earth were already created within and around it.
For example, if you look at AI, was there a global flood? Of course, AI would say no, there's no global flood. But look at why it says that. It says not enough water. There's not enough water on earth to cover the highest mountains. So again, it's assuming that the earth today is the same as it was back before when God first created it. And it says, even if all the water in the atmosphere fell as rain or fan would only be submerged and unpinched. So guess what? That's why the Bible describes in Genesis a firmament with water above it, which is completely different atmosphere and environment than what we see today. So again, it's impossible for scientists to say how things were. The Bible shows that before the flood, the earth was completely different. This is so now think of the testing of heaven, the earth, to be preserved for fire. If God wanted water from beneath and water from above to judge the world at that time, how exactly might fire destroy the earth? But even scientists will tell us that it's just a matter of time before the core of the matter in the earth erupts. And note, this was all written in the Word before the drill and see what was inside of the earth. But now scientists will tell you it's a matter of time for what is within the flood. Scientists also argue that if time stops, how do we measure time? Well, by the rotation of the earth, right? Right? Now the sun moves. So if that turn stops, and the earth stops moving, Earth's speed in the galaxy, well, they would argue that then gravitational pull all the Earth into what's some described as a lake of fire. So, basically, everything you observe within the earth and around it is easily due to the destruction of the ungodly. God is the plan. But the day of the Lord will come like a thief. The heavens will disappear with a glory. The elements will be destroyed by fire.
and the earth and everything in it will be laid bare. Since everything will be destroyed in this way, what kind of people ought you to be? You ought to live holy and die. That day will bring about the destruction of the heavens by fire. Elements will melt and now, do we know that's how it will go down after Judgment Day before the new earth is created? Well, time will tell. But this is all very interesting. Even though man is just about as imperfect as the rest of us, he will appreciate and for sharing his conviction, sticking to it, and saying that no, he doesn't believe this world is created by faith. That no, humans aren't the same as he. That they have something in the face that the only not I can tell. And for more evidence for the global flood, be sure to check out the documentary The Art in the Darkness. Legal creation research share a lot on it, and it's visually training as well. If you find it very helpful, it's right from the channel AOC.
Disconnected.
It's the next question, so. Hey, listen to that. It's not running the improv. We're not doing improv. We're off the improv. It's the next question, so. Hey, listen to that. It's not running the improv. We're not doing improv. We're off the That's what I'm trying to say. You know, big way, try to connect with them so we can get like we can find so we can get this podcast started. You like music, man? You like Queen? Okay, you're skipping it. Yes, we do. Skip these. Answer. You like Queen? Okay, you're skipping it. It's not really Scooby. Scooby-Doo. Yes, Scooby-Doo. You ever seen Scooby-Doo? Okay, answer. Scooby-Doo, Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo. Yes, Scooby-Doo. You ever seen Scooby-Doo? That's not really the answer. Scooby-Doo, Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo. Dude, you're like, you see? PSA from anyone who rents. If you ever built, you'll be done. Okay? You're about to think it was there. Synchronized on rent is now a reality. When you pay your rent through Build, you don't even have to check with your landlord to start earning points. You can use points. You can put Build points on your rent. That's great. That's what you're staying at home. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. That's what you just said. That's what you're staying at home. Okay, you're never going to leave. Yeah. Duels, can you connect with them? You're his age. Close to his age. Try to connect. How old are you? Yeah. I know. What are you going to say? Not you. It's option TV. Did you thought older? I was younger? Oh, I thought you was like 20. That's good. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. True.
Oh, what time did your parents ever beat you?
A little bit. They were violent.
Not like the belt or anything. It was kicking.
Yeah. You know, it's honest. Do I need to say his name again? Watch it. Thank you, sir. You get the reference? Yes, I do. What's the watch it reference from? Can't say the name. It's not from. Maybe. I don't think. Alex, stop. Okay. Let's see. Here's my dream for you. Okay. My dream for you is when I first saw you on the internet, I was like, this kid has something. You really do. Okay? And I thought that when I met you at the comedy store, I was being very, like, you were there too, right, dude? And I was very nice, right? I wasn't? She put a thumbs down. No. Can I get him on mic, please? Yeah, no. Just, you don't have to be on screen. No, don't give him on. He's not going to talk if you give him on. All right. But we'll blur it. We'll blur your face. All right. Something. He wasn't nice. Yeah, I was. Nice guy. Yeah. I was telling you in stand-up. I was telling you. I tried doing stand-up after that. I know, but that's not what I was talking about when you did. I sent you the video. I know you did. You did pretty good. I was so proud of you. You saw it? Yeah, I did. What did I say? I don't remember. I get videos every day. Fucking, I don't remember. About TikTok, all right? You watch TikTok, dude? Just trying to connect. You do TikTok? I know you do TikTok. You do like the ads with TikTok, like, hey, get this TikTok shop now. 30% off, on sale. You ever get those ads? Yeah. What'd you get
store. Aaron, you promote on TikTok? Keep it going. You're breaking it. The birth of star right here, dude. So you do NPC. I feel like you could do an NPC TikTok. You ever seen NPC? Yeah. He knows what NPC. Go ahead. Go ahead. Hey, thanks for the rose. Thanks for the rose. Thanks for the galaxy. All right. NPC.
Matan, do you believe in God?
Yeah, we already did not know about
Do you know what stupidity is?
I've heard the term before. I don't really know it too well.
You don't use the Gen Z slang?
Not particularly.
No.
Okay, I think I'm approaching this podcast wrong, right? And I think the best way to do this is just to I think I'm approaching this podcast wrong, all right? And I think the best way to do this is just to I like it. I'm a cool guy, but okay. Okay. So, what's your favorite memory from What's your favorite memory from Prague?
Oh, when I was with me, my buddies, we beat Oryx. King's Fall.
Oh, okay.
Game?
It's a game?
You don't get the reference or no?
No. Oh, yeah.
I'm referencing your stuff.
Well, he's old. Oh, no, what he's doing is... the information he knows about him, right? And his angle of asking him questions is the one that throws almost to your
Do you have any questions?
No, he doesn't.
First freshman in high school.
If you don't answer it, like, yeah. That's not your gay, dude.
Listen, I'm religious.
You're not. Is it smoother on your podcast? Because he can hang out with the boys. Yeah. This podcast just calling me gay. What's wrong? Anyway, you're a good guy, though. What's your name? Leroy Timms. What do you think about black people? Yeah, but anyway, he's a good guy, though. What's your name? Leroy Timms. What do you think about black people? I love all people, but I don't really have a feeling about black people. I'll give you $5 if you say that word. $10. Wait, what's up? $20. Hey, you $10. $10, I'll say it. I swear to God, I'll give you $10 right now. I'll say it right now. Please don't say it. Please don't say it. Money. What? No, I'm gonna sell it to you. Dude, your career will be over, so go for $50,000. Oh, okay. Yeah. Hey, I'll ask you something. Okay, go, please. Do you have access to the mic? start it out. Let's press the button.
Don't cut me out.
No, you're a cool guy, man. We're on the same page here.
Okay, what's your take on women's rights?
No good.
That's my answer. That's not me. His answer. It's his answer, dude. That tells me so much about you.
How are you alive? How did you go from 0 to now? I know. I don't know how.
I'm a simple man.
I mean, I can see like, you know, Anthony was playing to a jacket and Trump almost runs him over, right? He just barely makes it. You know, fucking he's making bacon, it's on fire, he barely, you know what I mean? Like, I would love to see little, you know. Yeah, I know, I get it.
Sexy called 23, so that's pretty much sexy.
Yeah, he does get that. Still don't. Usually or no?
I'm a truck driver.
See, that's not funny.
I agree with you.
But you're more his style comedy, so you need a bit of. You should tell him up front, and then he'll get better. I'm kidding, you're a cool guy.
You want to hear a joke?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I moved here.
that makes my tongue laugh.
Listen to me, bud.
Get a joke ready, okay? Get a joke ready. You got another joke, go ahead.
I've been here for a month, and I live with a friend in Glendale. It's a good neighborhood, a lot of bad drivers. So far, I haven't met anybody named Glenn or Dale. Punchline. I'm still connected. Okay.
See, you need to criticize that.
I need to let it go. Like, as if I need to let it go. Go ahead, Charlie. You don't know any jokes? Your mom knows jokes? Like, do you have any good jokes? Oh, like the Philippines? What is one of your mom's favorite jokes in the Philippines?
My mom's favorite joke is showing her vagina with full bush in her mouth.
It's like that's not really a joke. I mean, that's a rude behavior. Sister. Nope.
I understand.
You understand that?
You don't have a relationship with her anymore?
Nope. No. Hey, go ahead. Let's go down this road. No. Go ahead. Let's go down this road.
I have nothing to say.
Okay. And you've been rude the whole time, so.
Listen, I'm not being rude at all. I'll tell you something.
Yeah.
You don't fuck with me, because
Well, I'll fuck with it.
I can put my IP address wherever I want.
What does that mean? I don't know. Yeah, you know what? More specific with that threat.
Put the IP address right here. Go crazy.
I'm trying to ruin my career.
Not yours.
It's cats. She had a question for me. I literally don't know what is going on.
It doesn't matter.
It's like I get cut. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. How would I
It's right on the button. And you pull it around there.
Around, so not taking
Yeah.
it down? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm not
correct about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's your accent, though? Yeah. I don't know how you do that, dude. But that's his thing. That's what he's been doing this whole show.
I'm just getting the hair out of my face.
Well, use a bobby pin. It's it's sort of like how Bobby Altalk kinda does it too. It's sort of anti-podcast.
No, I'm not right.
Yeah, you're not.
No,
Yeah.
that's not.
You're not answering questions. You're not very like stubborn.
I like something.
But that's what is happening. I've done
this podcast how many episodes? 473 of these. I've had huge people on here. I've never had this kind of problem. No, not physically huge. I've had a couple of Eric Griffin anyway. But you used to play this? Yes, I did. Yeah. My point being is that most people at least play along. I'm trying. No, you're not, because I asked you questions about. Give me a story, like a tender moment from your childhood, and you do some bullshit fucking. But listen. Yeah, no, you listen. If you listen, no, you be careful. You be fucking careful. Watch it. Do you fucking watch it, bud? Watch it, alright? What I'm saying is that, you're not, I've tried to help you. Like, from the podcast we in the world, I really have. I've said, you think that I'm the one that told Whitney about you? No, yeah, I am. I said before you. Doesn't matter. I'm the one. No, it's not what I'm saying, okay? I Andrew did you on the podcast. I did. And it helped you. And then when I saw you guys at the comedy store, I was like very helpful. Like, this is what you need to do, this and that, right? And you come here, and it's very difficult. No, you're not. No, tell me a story about your childhood of fucking fond memory that's real. Okay, ask another question. No, answer that question. Answer that question right now. So, give me a story about your childhood that you feel fond memory. Okay, so I remember when I was like 14. Yeah. I started a YouTube channel, and I kept posting video of Godzilla on the shark. Yeah. And I almost got 100,000 subscribers. And that's your fond memory? That was pretty cool. That's pretty cool. How about when you go to the family, anything more specific? And you'll answer it properly? So, are you going to answer it properly or not? I know the answer, but if I say it, then yeah. Okay. Give me a kind and tender moment from your childhood involving your parents. When I was born, maybe that's the one. You don't remember that. Oh, I think you remember it. Yeah.
A good family dinner?
Yeah, man. A good family dinner. No, I think. Right? Yeah. Oh, good dinner. Give me a moment when you and your parents can be real. Or with your brother. Or your brother. That you have to mind. I'm scared of you. Yeah, because I agree. I got to be a family dinner. So, let me ask you another question if I can answer that one. In 15 years, what have you done? Hopefully, better condition. Can you be more specific, please? It's like a pretty broad thing. Yeah. Better position, very broad. More specific? Oh, which part of it? Well, what do you think it's all? But like, okay, just give me 5 things that you see yourself doing in your future. I know it's kid. I know it's true. Let it answer. Okay. I don't know, actually, I think that you see yourself. See, if I give you an answer, it's not going to be genuine, because I'm going to have to think about it right now. Well, let me give you a scenario, but hypothetical? I hope so. Okay? Walking down the street. You should be on the trip of it. Okay? And you'll get it. Sure. Okay. And you before you expect to have a friend. And you find out that there's a baby in the trash can. Somebody put a baby in the trash can. What would you do? You want to real answer? Yeah, real answer. I don't know. I can't call the police. Okay. Go ahead. You could do it? You could do it. I don't know. I don't know. The next guy, but you go back on the guy that way. Okay. I don't know much about it, so I call the police. Or you call the police.
February 18th. All tax forms and tax situations. Make the search feature
What you doing? I'm gonna talk like that. Nobody talks like that. No one talks like that. I've never said I need to talk like that. Are you white? Okay. So you would, that's good. Let me ask you. No, I got it. You keep going. Okay. You have pets? Of course not. You're one of those lizards. Can you feed it? No, that's like, he's an outside mover. Oh, so he lives outside? No, he lives in the house. Oh, he lives. He's from the house. It's like a big one? Oh, like this big. Oh. And what do you feed him? Well, she's like, you figure it out. When he comes around, you don't feed him. Like a big snake. Okay. Where's that? Like, cake. Oh, I thought it was going to be a penis. I'm so proud of you. That's like it. I know as a human, I love you. I mean, you're good. I mean, you're so interesting. I really do. I think you have a bright future. You know. I just okay, but I hope that like you're not like even big. Like right now, you're getting good gas. Yeah. But eventually, you're going to get a guest that's going to be really offended by what you're saying. It's happened before. The first 10, they get to release the first 10 before. When I had 10 back up. Yeah. Those people yeah, I've seen you say things to girls that were like crazy. I don't think so. Okay. It's like if I was a girl and I had an OnlyFans, would you? That's I haven't been rude to her. You haven't? No, you haven't. No, you haven't been. Yeah. Very well, I mean, because you don't. And now you like tell her. I mean, cordial. Yep. You've been cordial. I know. Why you do like this? That's what you did. No, I did. I don't go like that. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you've done it. Yeah. Hey, good. Yeah. That's you, dude. You shouldn't go. You shouldn't do that. Never mind. Go ahead. It's okay. No, it's not okay. Well, I know you had wrong view. No. Okay. Go ahead. So what are you gonna do this month? Are you a podcast lined up? Yeah, I have what house? Who am I filming with or am I releasing them? Yeah, who are your next guests in the next one? Comedians. Give me a name. Yeah, give me a fucking name. Okay, let me think how to the very funny guy. You have to guess who it is, okay? Oh, no, okay. Funny, very, yeah, give me a fucking name. Okay, let me think how to the very funny guy. You have to guess who it is, okay? Oh, no, okay. Funny, very funny. Very funny. Yes. Okay. I need more specific. I know a lot of people. The way the game has to go is I give you one. Tim Dillon. No, it's very strong. Brendan Shaw. Oh, yeah, you got it. After 2. You getting Brendan? Oh. Who else are you getting? I think on Saturday I'm doing Luke Glassman. Oh my god. I can't imagine what that's going to happen. I almost have to be there for it. Yeah, a portal will open. Yeah, something will happen. Why? Because I don't know. Your both energies are just. I don't know too much about him yet. I haven't started. He's a great guy, and he's very funny. I heard he teach. Whatever. What do you mean? He knows. He knows what? No. I don't think. I know he knows. He knows that I know what he knows. Okay, but what do you know? Say he's gonna say it. Yeah, go ahead.
He hates them.
He hates food? You hate food. I didn't say that.
What do you think about
Okay. Right, that's not true. I love everybody. And I love everybody. I love twisted people. I love all of them. Okay. See? I agree. We're on the same page, me, that guy. Are you on the same page? No. I just know he hates Jewish. But I don't hate him. I love Jewish. I love Steph Rogen, right? Steph Rogen? Yes. Yeah. You gotta have him in there. I just get the impression that we're on the same page. Hey, where are you leaving? I want a good compliment from you. You want this week compliments. I get it. Okay, let's do it later. No, we'll do it now. No, later. No, now. It's okay. No. I'm not doing that. Now. Give a compliment, man. You are on a big podcast. Yes, I am. There you go. That's a pretty good compliment. Something about my, I don't know, my personality. Yeah, it's love. I guess the one. It's not It's dying. That's right. Okay. Let's move on. No. It's not like, Chisholm Street. Say Chisholm Street. I do have a face, just like you. Is that my compliment? Yeah. I'll take it. Congratulations, honey. You have a face. I've always known that about you. See, he even noticed that. Yeah, give a compliment. I'll do it. I think that you're a kind person. I think that you have a different type of humor that is different from mine. I mean, it goes from, it's like in between, an innocent, like Chelsea Gardner, and then and I just think that you're just enjoying being around. Go ahead, Jules. I said, I don't know if you're nice. I mean, I expect you to learn. We're on the same page with my junior. I think I'm a smart guy, but you have the same opinions of me that you're a smart guy. He doesn't. You don't have the same opinions. So you're like denying my compliment. How can I be science? You know what fiber is? Fiber? You think it's sweet? That's it. I mean, you have anything to plug? That's my Instagram. Okay. Good. Yep. That's insane. And then what? This love now. Rampage said hi. Yeah. And then this is from before. That gets you right there. Tommy Cruise. It's over. Oh, incredible. Anyway, go plug. So you plug here. You have a podcast. What's it called? Yeah, there it is online. Okay, there it is online. Let's go find it. And the Matan Show. And you guys have any final questions from the Matan? No, you guys. What's the worst thing to hear when you're blowing Willie Nelson? Huh? What's the worst thing? What's the worst thing? I'm not Willie Nelson. I thought I'd crack him. But you come up with that yourself? Oh, no. Yeah, I believe it's a street joke. It's a street joke. Go ahead, Gilbert, try to give him a joke. Maybe a joke? Yeah. Relax. I'll give you $10 if you say it. So offer a prize to anybody in the room. We'll talk after. I need a video of this. What kind of response was that? Yeah, that was... shake hands. Well, anyway, what a wonderful day. Wait, I have one more. Oh, please. It's good. Okay, go ahead. What do you call a Mexican from Mexico? Wow. Keep going. No, keep going with the premise. What do you call a Mexican from Mexico? No, you gotta keep... Okay, say it again. A Mexican quarterback.
Mexican quarterback.
Yep.
I got it. Cool. I like it.
Now, black homeless man taking them. Scott's dad, Alex dad, we don't have pockets. You should go to the man.
We're starting, we're watching the news.
Featured engagement ring at JamesAllen.com. Because when she looks at that ring, she's gonna see you. Hey, baby, I love you. Now, always and forever. At JamesAllen.com, you can find the one ring that says you, no matter what kind of man you are, including vintage, classic, modern, and unique. Who's this guy?
It's 5 BC, and Jesus is being born to a poor Jewish couple here, a tiny town called Bethlehem in ancient Israel. You've probably heard the typical Christmas story before, but there are a lot of details that most people get wrong. Like Jesus wasn't born in a nice wooden stable like the nativity scene from your mom's house. Stables in Bethlehem were actually located inside caves. Imagine having your baby in a dark cave surrounded by smelly animals. Another thing most get wrong about Christmas is that although God did send shepherds to visit Jesus the night of his birth, the Magi weren't actually there. They came later after Mary and Joseph took Jesus to be dedicated at the temple in Jerusalem 40 days after he was born. Right as they were leaving, the Magi arrived from their home in the east. They came looking for Jesus but just missed him. It's here that these wealthy men ask a question to the King of Israel that is way more shocking than most people realize. In fact, it's this question that will divide the entire nation and lead to the murder of Jesus along with many others. But before I share what it is, you first need to understand what life was like in Israel at the time. The Roman Empire had this, including the little nation of Israel, where Jesus and his people lived, settling national rulers to control land, such as Herod the Great, the king of Israel at the time. The Jewish people were desperate for a savior, a king who could save them before the Romans conquered them. In fact, the Jews had been promised such a king by their ancient prophets, so you can only imagine what the current king of the Jews, Herod, was thinking when the Magi asked him, "Where is he who has been born king of the Jews?" It probably wasn't so wise of the wise men to ask the current king of the Jews where his replacement was being born. This is why, after the Magi visited Jesus, Herod ordered for all children under the age of 2 to be killed in Bethlehem. Most people don't realize this, but Herod was a real king in history. He was so cruel, Augustus Caesar famously said, "It's better to be Herod's pig than Herod's son." Mary and Joseph about what was about to happen, and so in the middle of the night, they were able to escape to Egypt, where they lived for 40 years until King Herod died. Finally, Mary, her husband, and Jesus could leave Egypt and make the long journey back to their hometown, Nazareth. It's here Jesus spent the next 27 years of his mostly quiet life before leaving for Bethany, where something would happen to him that would make people realize realize that Jesus was far more than just a poor carpenter. Even though the Bible doesn't really tell us much about his childhood in Nazareth, we know that one of King Herod's sons, also named Herod, was reconstructing the capital of Galilee 4 miles north of Nazareth. In fact, this ancient capital, Sepphoris, is still being excavated today. Scholars believe it's likely that Joseph, who was a skilled carpenter, took young Jesus with him to help reconstruct Sepphoris. But I wonder if Jesus knew what this new Herod would do to his family years later. Many believe Joseph passed away during this time, since he's never mentioned after this. Jesus was 30 years old and finally left for Bethany, where something would happen that would cause those from his hometown to mock him when he returned. Here, his cousin John was living the lives of holiness, eating grasshoppers and baptizing people in the Jordan River. At the time, baptism was a common way for people to publicly show their commitment to God. When Jesus was dunked by John, something happened that freaked everyone out. As the head of this unknown carpenter's son came out of the water, the heavens opened, the Spirit of God descended like a dove upon him, and the voice of God from heaven boomed, "This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased." Jesus' ministry had officially begun, but he was about to return home to do something that would cause most of his childhood friends, neighbors, and Bible teachers to try to kill him. But first, he had a few important stops to make. Jesus left the crowd to go into the Judean desert for 40 days to be tempted by the devil. The devil even tried to get Jesus to test God by taking him to the top of the temple and asking him to demonstrate his power by jumping off so the angels could save him. But Jesus wouldn't do it. After he successfully returned to Bethany, some of John the Baptist's followers started following Jesus, which included Andrew and another man named John. Jesus also called a few others to follow him, including an ordinary fisherman who would go on to do extraordinary things with Jesus up north. Now that Jesus had some followers, there wasn't any time to waste. Jesus was expecting him at a wedding party in the city of Cana, close to Nazareth. Out of all the places and all the miracles Jesus would ever do, his very first miracle was here at this party, turning water into wine because the party hosts had run out. This must have been shocking to those who saw it happen, but it's nothing compared to what Jesus will do in the fishing village of Capernaum, which is where Jesus traveled to next. Jesus is going to perform Galilee, where his former son was. But before he does that, he first goes down to Jerusalem for a Jewish holiday called Passover. Here, Jesus speaks his most famous words that you've probably memorized in Sunday school. He told one of the religious leaders that God loved the world so much that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him will not die, but will live forever. Jesus was admitting that he had been sent by God to not only save the Jews, but the entire world, which is an amazing thing to say since Jesus' entire life ministry never went beyond this box. Jesus then headed up north to baptize new followers with his cousin John directly, but suddenly King Herod ordered for John to be captured and put in prison, where he was later put to death for speaking out against the sinful lifestyle. On his way home to Nazareth, Jesus made a stop in a region Jews rarely traveled, Samaria. He stopped at one of the most famous water wells in all of Israel, Jacob's Well. This well had been around for hundreds of years until, but get this, it's still there today. Archaeologist Joel Kramer believes there is very good evidence that this ancient well is located below this church in the West Bank of Israel today. It matches the biblical description perfectly and is extremely old and deep, just like the Bible says. After sharing with the Samaritan woman about the well, he went to Cana and miraculously healed the Roman official's son. Jesus made it back to his hometown of Nazareth. For years since Jesus had left as a poor carpenter and was now returning as a miracle-working preacher. But the people who had watched him grow up in Nazareth were not prepared was an ancient prophecy about the Jewish Savior who would preach good news to Israel while performing miracles. After reading this prophecy, Jesus gave the scroll back to the attendant, sat down, and said these shocking words. Today, this scripture is fulfilled in your hearing. Most people don't realize this, but Jesus wasn't just claiming that he had the power to heal people. He was claiming to be the one the Jews were expecting to defeat the Roman Empire and become king of all of Israel forever. Could you imagine hearing your childhood friend claim that kind of authority in your hometown? His former neighbors were not happy and literally kicked Jesus out of the city and even tried to throw him off a cliff. This is why Jesus and his followers set up their headquarters at Capernaum. It's in this fishing town on the coast of the Sea of Galilee, Jesus cures a man of a horrible disease that had been around for hundreds of years in Israel, leprosy. This particular healing shocked the Jewish people more than anything Jesus had done up to this point in his life. Healing leprosy was something that the Jews believed only their prophesied Savior King could perform. This is why after Jesus did this, multitudes started following him all the way to Jerusalem. After Jesus restored the legs of a man who couldn't walk at a pool called Bethesda, Jesus began to do something crazy. Compare himself to God. He said that just like God could give life to whoever he wanted, so could he. He said that people should honor him just like they honor God. Was Jesus saying what I think he's saying? This caused many of the religious leaders here to start planning how they could kill him. But Jesus took his followers back to the region of Galilee and chose 12 men to be on his official ministry team and follow him to 9 main cities in the region, with the 9th being the strangest of all. Let's go through them quickly. First, he went back to Capernaum, where he healed the son of a Roman soldier. Second, he went to the city of Nain, where he raised a widow's son back to life. Third, he traveled through the cities of Chorazin, preaching and working miracles. The fourth city he visited was Bethsaida. Here, Jesus miraculously fed 5,000 people with only a few loaves of bread and a few fish. But this was nothing compared to what Jesus was about to do. While Jesus was praying on a nearby mountain, his 12 followers got on a boat that probably looked like this to cross the Sea of Galilee. This is a real boat that was discovered at the bottom of the Sea of Galilee and dated to the time of Jesus. While the 12 were sailing, they got caught in a deadly storm, but in the midst of the storm, spotted Jesus walking in the water. After giving Peter the ability to join him on the waves, Jesus was able to stop the deadly storm with nothing but his words. If you are ever in the middle of a storm of your own, don't ever forget that Jesus is in control. Remember those multitudes who he just fed? They followed Jesus across the sea to Capernaum because they wanted to see another miracle. But when they got there, they weren't prepared for what Jesus would tell them. He said that he was the bread of life and that anyone who ate of him would live forever. This statement seemed crazy and many stopped following Jesus here. Jesus then traveled through the cities of Tyre and Sidon up north, did incredible miracles, but many rejected him. So he went down to the region of Decapolis, where he healed a man who was both deaf and mute, and fed another 4,000 people again with just a few loaves of fishes. He then went up to the 8th main city he visited in Galilee, Magdala, the hometown of a woman named Mary Magdalene, who had 7 demons cast out of her by Jesus. From that point on, she healed and worked hard in the time. Finally, Jesus came to the strangest of all the places he had visited yet, Caesarea Philippi. Jesus' followers must have thought he was a little crazy for bringing them on such a long journey here of all places. Take a look at this cave in Caesarea Philippi. In Jesus' time, the Jews believed this cave was an entrance to the underworld. This was a place where the Greeks and Romans would perform disgusting, degrading acts in worship to their gods. This here was a shrine to the Greek god Pan, which is where we get the English word panic from. For all of these reasons, the Jews refer to this place as the gates of hell. And it's here that Jesus told his followers that he would build his church, and not even the gates of hell would prevail prevail against it. Jesus was saying that no matter how evil this world becomes, nothing can stop God's plan for us as Christians who love and believe in Him. But Jesus didn't just talk about His power. He took Peter, James, and John up Mount Hermon and revealed His glorious spiritual form to them. This was confirmation that He was far more than a mere human being. He was divine. Jesus' life on earth was nearing its end, which is why He needed to get to Jerusalem. He had something important to announce that would enrage people so much they would try to kill Him with rocks. Jesus and His team finally made it to Jerusalem, but were greeted with hostility. The religious leaders accused Jesus of being demon-possessed. Jesus denied it and said that if anyone kept His words, they would never die. The religious leaders furiously responded, "Are you greater than our father Abraham? You're not even 50 years old." But they were not ready for Jesus' response. Jesus said, "Before Abraham was, I am." This was even more shocking than what He said in Nazareth. Not only was Jesus claiming to be immortal, Jesus called Himself the I Am, the same title God had used for Himself. Jesus was claiming to be God, which is why the Jews immediately picked up rocks to stone Jesus to death. But He made it out of Jerusalem alive and stayed with His friends Mary, Martha, and Lazarus' house. Once the commotion had died down a bit, Jesus returned to Jerusalem. But after healing a man of the pool of Siloam, which is still there today, by the way, religious leaders cornered Jesus and alleged prophesied Savior King the Jews have been waiting for. Again, Jesus enraged them by saying, "Me and God." They tried to stone Him again, but Jesus was able to escape. He fled into the region of Perea when he got news that his friend Lazarus in Bethany was deathly ill. Jesus arrived at Lazarus' place. Lazarus had already died from sickness. But then Jesus did something that would make almost all of Israel worship Him instantly. He raised Lazarus from the dead. This was by far Jesus' greatest public miracle yet, and everyone heard about it, including the top religious leaders, who voted to have Jesus executed after hearing the news of this new miracle. They argued that the Emperor of Rome would have the entire nation destroyed if he found out that someone other than himself was claiming to be God. Plus, I think they were jealous of how popular Jesus had become. Jesus was now ready to accomplish what He had ultimately been born to do, die. After Jesus preached somewhere in Perea, and then in Jericho, He came back to Bethany where Mary anointed Jesus' feet 2 weeks before Jesus would be crucified. She was anointing Him for burial. Because news had spread to Jerusalem about Jesus' miracle of raising Lazarus from the dead, the people gave Him a royal welcome as He rode into Jerusalem on a donkey. After He arrived at the temple, Jesus dismounted His donkey, fashioned a whip, and drove out the moody money changers who had turned Herod's house into what He called a den of thieves. Jesus then took His followers up to the Mount of Olives to teach them. I've actually been to the Mount of Olives myself, along with many of the other holy sites in Israel. The Bible comes to life like no other when we walk the same places that Jesus walked. This is why I'm going to plan another trip once Israel becomes a more safe transit. But this time, I want to take you with me. If you're interested in going to Israel with me and the team, you're going to be the first in line to sign up. You'll read the link below, or you'll be notified of all of the spots I took. When Jesus returned to Jerusalem, He was arrested and given the death penalty. Jesus was crucified, claiming to be the character searching for over 30 years earlier, the King of the Jews. In fact, this title was nailed to the top of Jesus' cross. For a moment, the nation of Israel believed that maybe God had finally sent a king who would defeat Rome. But they were wrong. God had sent Jesus to defeat a much greater enemy, death. But Jesus didn't just defeat death by dying. He defeated it by rising from the dead 3 days later. His followers could barely believe it when He visited them at the Sea of Galilee, where They had shared so many memories together. Days later, at the Mount of Olives, they asked their resurrected God, Lord, will you at this time restore the kingdom of Israel? But Jesus explained that first the world needed to hear about it. Jesus is still at work in the world today and is eager to give true life that lasts forever to anyone who gave Jesus king in his or her life. As Jesus' followers stared at their king ascending into heaven, an angel appeared to them and said, What are you staring at? Jesus is going to return to earth the same way you're seeing your king. To find out about the many events leading up to Jesus' return, we have to look at the book of Revelation. But most of us have a hard time understanding this book, which is why I made a full video explaining the 22 chapters for which you This is what they're really looking for. Joseph Smith. He's someone, the author of a worldview that I held for most of my life. I taught it to hundreds of people as missionary. It's a religion and a gospel that deeply believed in, full of hope and meaning and commitment. And unique stories about where we came from and where we're going. Let me show you what Joseph Smith built and how he did it. A religious, uneducated kid from upstate New York created a global movement that gathered huge numbers of followers in a very short time, and who were pushed out town to town and the vision that Joseph Smith built, the building of a new utopian society, one founded on celestial laws. A guidebook for life. Why was the Book of Enoch removed from the Bible? A rediscovery of the kind of technologies that we used in our civilization. The Book of Enoch is fascinating with its vivid stories of angels, fallen beings, and cosmic mysteries. Recently, the discovery of these things has reignited interest among scholars and the public. In a recent episode of his podcast, Joe Rogan revealed how this new book has secrets no one was supposed to know. These texts challenge our understanding of history, religion, and humanity's place in the cosmos. Let's dive into it. Who is Enoch? Enoch is an intriguing figure. Here's the Hebrew. Genesis 5, 18 to 24. As a man who lived for 365 years and walked with God. This phrase suggests an unusually close relationship with the divine, a kind of closeness considered getting evidence of his relationships and most individuals reach the end of their natural lifespan and die. Enoch's story says that he was taken away. The experience of death is how just different fates. Understanding of Genesis is mentioned. In that short passage, raises lots of questions. It implies that Enoch was chosen by fate, which separates him from everyday human elements. It also makes one wonder if Enoch played a big role in ancient history than the official canon suggests, because the Hebrew wasn't full of details. Those curious about him have often turned to extra sources. Scholars debate its exact tradition. Several generations. Only 3 generations before Noah. He is, in essence, his earliest generations, being the great-grandfather of Noah. He belongs to the pre-flood age, which was full of legendary figures, some of extraordinary longevity, experiences that fade in and out, direct biblical connection. This man
texts outside the official Hebrew. What stands out most from these references is that Edom's life ended on the night of death. To him, many interpret this as being translated into a higher realm, even transformed into an enemy. The idea teases the imagination and visions of man. Almost like a bridge between modern existence and some deeper cosmic reality. The biblical text remains terse. These short verses have sparked many larger traditions and speculations, some of which ended up woven into the sometimes most famous and sacred gatherings linked to ancient Judaism. We say mean that is not officially recognized in most Jewish and Christian lines. Books like this is a pseudonym claiming they may be used on a famous figure's name. In this case, Enoch, an historical person, the accepted scholar, is the one that is credited as the stretch of time, possibly between the 3rd century BCE and the 1st century CE. So long as the book of Enoch left out of most canons. For centuries, different Jewish and Christian communities debated which writings had an authority or spiritual authenticity, official scriptures. Filled with stories of angels, secrets about creation, and vivid visions, may have seemed too speculative or too mystical for some communities. Yet, in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, the Book of Enoch has a weird status. This is how you make medical brews. If you want to make it, you need an industrial cooker or a cooking pot. All you need are Tintoberry's narcotics and some gasoline and water and wood for the cooking pot. If you want to make it in a cooking pot, you have to put the blood, water, narcotics, and Tintoberries in it. And if you wait a little while, you get the medical brew. In an industrial cooker, you can do the same only with gasoline and without water. Subscribe for more art videos and this is how you make medical brews. If you want to make it, you need an industrial cooker or a cooking pot. All you need are Tintoberry's narcotics and some gasoline, and water and wood for got some good info from one of some select your starting altitude for the inclination. consider. Get some peppers. Just bring out that, dude. Just a second. I'm gonna get to on the wall. Wait up a second. Do we have any garlic? Yes, I can eat the garlic here real quick. I eat this bad boy as well. Nice, and we have anything for, right? I have no idea. I think that's a deep vault. Hold on. Am I being recalled? I'm just a fool, right? Hold on. No, it's not the tower. Is this the level? I'm actually, honestly not sure. No, this is a deep vault. Never mind, I'm wrong. This is a deep vault of Orion. Sorry, we don't need to edit that at all. It's very wrong. We need a rubber. Get the new copy. That was my mistake. I thought it was like one edited of the Prime. Of course, we don't have the bucket and the cobwebs. We look a bit different. So, we actually just don't need rubber. That is the main thing we need right now. Get our things going. Do we have a rubber? I think we saw something here that just stands out. Okay, so that just stands. And we have no rubber. So, we gotta go. We're gonna kill your child here? Dude, I don't know, man.
Okay.
there's an ass here we can use to make mallet. What about the fro? I'm getting hungry again. Okay, there's all these things over here. We'll leave this behind. Let's take this back for it, because this is basically the doors are out here. We don't need them anymore. Get these over here. So, these are how we make buckets. Just, of course, this is what's the fourth ingredient, rope. Take a look. There's some stew. There's some pasta. Okay, put that. Actually, do we have a pouch? Do we have a pouch? Drink the pouch, and then get the yum from the actual bowl. I don't see a pouch. Is it worth looking for it? I mean, it would be nice. It's not crucial. I'm not gonna spend. We're gonna lose sleep over it if I don't buy it. Oh, we'll just drink it. Whatever. I'll burn it. I'll leave it. Leave this behind on the board. Yeah. We can actually put a close up to the play with it. And then sniff it. And you can sniff cucumber. It's a shared yum with the cucumber, but it will not satisfy our craving. It's kind of like a weird thing about the game. We'll eat this one, and it was still craving it. We just eat like normal food right now. But that's been sniffed. And it's a little different, you know. It changes it entirely. Let's see what it's about. Oh, now Brooke will eat that. Well, no problem whatsoever. So what I'm thinking we do is we'll grab this. We'll also grab the bow, because we don't really need the bow. We'll take these two back. Look at those are awesome. Let's see. And we'll put these here. And we're gonna grab a cards. There's bound to be one around here somewhere. He's got it. Yeah, I'm not gonna mess with this thing. That's fine. We just carry the logs manually, honestly. They're reasonably close right now. There's one here. We could just make a cart. Let's go just make a cart. Yeah, if we're having trouble getting a cart, then it means we don't have enough carts. So I'll just get a cart. You know? Easy peasy lemon squeeze. Get this over here. Beautiful. Now we'll do some slicing. Is there a flint chip or a knife? Or anything of the sharp variety? There is. We'll just do regular lasso here real quick. Let's do this. We'll grab some shafts. It's going to be something more. There we go. Got him. Brilliant. You bring me the pepper, by the way? And it's going to do some mining as well. Okay, the truck is gone, right? Yeah, someone use the truck. Okay, I'm going to assume that whoever to the truck is getting latex. I think that's not 2%. That's a good idea. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing here. It is? What is? I want to know what's this baby doing. There's hungry babies want food. Get me out of this. Salt. Okay. I thought about it. Salt has rock. Neat. Okay. Not today, though. Not today. For soon, won't they? Okay, we need a. Oh, we need the flint chip. Yeah, there we go. Here. And when we were born, it was a sign. We're gonna just do this real quick. Beautiful. Dude, come on. I'm working here, lady. Okay. Let's see, we're like 2 buckets right now. Do we have more buckets than that? Is there a bucket or a bucket here? Grab that. I mean, they need buckets to like do. Let's make compost. Do you have someone to teach you? takes, again, extra time and effort. We don't have any logs available over here. I mean, there's bound to be some somewhere, right? Maybe an axe? That'd be great. No? Okay. Okay, sure. So, yo, we have laser good stick. Okay, so this is happening. Someone's working on this. That's awesome. Let's not worry about that. Well, that's over now.
Muscle congestion. We've all been there. It's here to help.
We're in a good spot. And any more logs here? Lots of them trees. Trees. And we have an axe. That would be great as well. Any axe? Maybe we have. Maybe chocolate trees over here. Some more chocolate trees. And dude, that probably tastes like 5 snacks so far. I know. It is what it is. I can't help it. You know? It's the law. I gotta miss stuff when I make videos. Just the way things work. Alright, dude. Just much love for friends, new people. You know, like, what is that game to you? Never for that nonsense. Oh my god, freaking
Okay.
Gonna get a little bit more water, just keep us going. And I think we do like one more round, and we are good for 3 whites.
Oh, you want to set it? It would be good. Swap on the beach.
She's mad as heck, man. Doing this, actually. Yeah, this, okay, that's helpful. This is a little class to do this. Pretty clear, like,
Architectural Digest has celebrated excellence in home decor for 400 years.
Stop everything you're doing right now. Before YouTube deletes this video, listen closely. What if I told you that everything you know about death is a lie? Imagine an ancient hidden text that claims to map out exactly what happens in the future. A text so profound, it doesn't just talk about the afterlife, it guides you through it. But there's a twist. Miss one moment in this journey, and you risk eternal entrapment. Today, you're about to unlock the Tibetan.
You're saying that book of Isaiah? Yeah, that the same book is exactly the same as that's what they saw Jesus resurrected. Like there's something different that goes on there. Individuals close to his inner circle claim that they see him. And the interesting thing about Jesus is that we have more evidence writings in the ancient. So Joe Rogan and Wes Huff have the conversation about Jesus, the Big Bang, and Christianity. Let's get into it because this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Here we go. If evolution is the only thing that matters, it's just evolution. But at the end of the day, you have a miracle. You have the Big Bang. All of science agrees this happened. That is so much crazier than anything that any religion is proposing. And it's so interesting to me that as well, say we have echoes of the Big Bang. Yeah, but also, if a miracle did take place, like for instance, there's usually a higher power that occasionally interacts with you. If a miracle did take place and you were there, you don't have a camera, you don't have a cell phone, you can't write things down, maybe you can even read. And this thing that happens here, and this thing changes the course of human history. This thing changes the direction that the ideology these people subscribe to and the moral and ethical structure they live their life on. It changes the whole billions of human beings from that point on. Yeah, pretty fascinating. Yeah. That in itself, even if this is just a revelation without a divine, it's a real idea that Christianity, you're saying that the book of Isaiah, that the same book is exactly the same as that's pretty fucking crazy. Yeah, because if you just imagine the sheer number of illiterate people, the sheer number of days that have to go by where people are telling the story exactly the same, and then it's entrusted to these very few people that are so dedicated to it that they get the exact words right 1,000 years later. is kind of the crazy thing about Christianity, where you have this Jewish itinerant around the first century Roman occupied Judea. He's making some pretty audacious claims, claims that himself, and he claims his own death and resurrection. And then his disciples, like they're like, he's dead, we're done. And then they go from 11, scared men, because it's so funny, scared men in an upper room to completely
So, what is your personal? So he literally just said that people usually don't rise from the dead. And one thing I wish Wes would say is like the Big Bang itself proves that there was a beginning in time. They used to think the universe was post-existent, but that goes against what the Bible says. But the Bible says in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth.
What do you think? Do you have a belief, or do you just try to interpret the text and try to see what is the message?
I think so. As a historian, I do think it is a historical question. You have a guy who objectively they're going to die, and then individuals close to his inner circle claim that they see him dead again.
This is a highly unusual activity.
Highly unusual.
Right. So, but it's hard when you're dealing with literate populations. You're dealing with thousands of years of time. You're dealing with tradition, and then you have us sitting here talking about it in 2024, trying to figure this out. Literally, it's very difficult for anybody who thinks of themselves as an intelligent person who's secular to even entertain the possibility that someone died and come back alive.
And I get that. But we already think that the only thing that exists in our evolution, we as a human, we believe that there's something else going on in this world. It's a little bit crazy. There's something, and then to, I think, exclude that, something that you're kind of putting blinders for. And you do have, I mean, you're right in terms of all of these ancient conventions and the ways that things were spread around, but the Gospels are written in the lifetime of the apostles, and they're written in this period of time. Some individuals who could have checked those things. So,
someone coming back from the dead.
Well, if you saw, Paul says that for so that's resurrected Jesus. Yeah, 1 Corinthians 15. Paul says that Jesus appeared to the disciples, and then he appeared to 400 people at once. And if you read the Gospel of Luke and the Gospel of Luke and Acts, the same author of both Gospels, he says that Jesus was walking around teaching them for 40 days after he was resurrected from the dead. And so these are written within a time period when you have people who would have seen Jesus' ministry, who were there, say something like the feeding of 5,000, who could have been able to purify or some of these things that are being said. You go from a bunch of scared guys who, because Jesus wasn't the only messianic figure who arose and claimed to be the Messiah.
Right.
There were a number of individuals both prior to and after Jesus, but they die and the movement dies with him.
Do you think it's possible that he didn't die? And do you think it's possible that they thought he was dead? Because that does happen. There was actually a case very recently where a guy was about to be harvested for organs. They thought he was dead, and this guy started moving again and came back to life. It's a very, very bizarre case because his family had been told that he was going to be harvested for organs. They were this guy comes back.
Yeah, I mean, we know a lot about Roman crucifixion. And we know that, and we know that they did their job well.
Yeah.
And so, in fact, if you look at, say, very skeptical biblical scholars, like
non-believing, atheist, agnostic Christian scholars, they will say if we can know anything about Jesus, like they'll cast it out on a lot of the things that we read about in the Gospels in terms of the actual historical Jesus of Nazareth. They'll say one thing we can be sure of is that he died by crucifixion under Pontius Pilate. Because we have not just multiple Testament documents that we refer to as the New Testament, but Roman and Greek and Jewish writers refer to that claim afterwards and talk about the fact that you have this guy, and it's mocked within earliest Christianity. So one of our earliest, in fact, the earliest depiction of Jesus on the cross is called the Alexamenos Graphido. And it's probably from the end of the 1st century, and it's it depicts an individual with their arms raised in an act of worship, worshiping a man with a donkey's head who's being crucified. And right beside it, it says Alexamenos worships his God. And it's mocking, right? Because crucifixion was for the lowest of the low. It was for, like, slaves. If you were a Roman citizen, you were banned from being crucified.
So they're crucified upside down. Why? Was it because, like, regular crucifixion wasn't good enough? Or what was it? What did...
Yeah, he didn't want to be crucified. The story goes he did not want to be crucified the same way his Lord and Savior was crucified. But there's so much evidence for crucifixions. We found bodies that literally have been crucified with nails in their wrists or hands. And also, it's proven when Jesus was stabbed in the side and water and the blood was separated, that means, like, that's how we know a person is dead.
Or because Christ had gone through it?
Well, so the story is that they say, we're going to crucify you, and he says, it's like too big of an honor to die like my Lord. And they say, well, we can fix that.
Shut your mouth, buddy.
Listen, the Romans were pretty brutal. Oh, yeah. But this is why we know, like, we have... It's interesting. We know a lot about crucifixion, but crucifixion was seen as so disgusting. I believe it was Cicero who said that, like, the word crucifixion shouldn't even be on a Roman man's lips. I mean, the word excruciating, X is off of in Latin, and crus, off the cross. Like, that's where we get that word, is because this was designed to humiliate, and it was designed to be as painful as possible. It was actually a really good article done by JAMA, the Journal of the American Medical Association, which was done by a number of, I think it was in the 70s, early 80s. It was done by a group of biblical scholars and then medical professionals.
I've combed through
And so
more
they
carnival
looked at
droppings
the
than I care to
conventions of what we
calculate.
do know about
And I
Roman
can't
crucifixion,
say they provided
and then they
many
looked at the
answers.
descriptions in the gospel to try
All
to
the
figure out,
predators
okay,
in
if we
this
could
region have very
diagnose how
similar
Jesus
diets.
died, how would
With
he have
so
died?
many different predators
So they
hunting the
basically came
same
up with this
prey,
idea that
the
he
populations
probably
of all these
succeeded,
species shouldn't be sustainable.
You
Yet
kind
I
of drown
found
in
nothing
your
to
own
indicate
blood.
that any population shift is actually happening.
The chances
It's
of
just
Jesus
bizarre.
surviving the
The
crucifixion,
longer I'm here,
I think,
the
are
more I realize
are
that this
narrow to
region
none.
shouldn't exist.
And the chance
Its climate is out of sync with the rest of the
appearing
island.
3 days later,
Many of the creatures here are
completely
millions of years ahead of the
I mean, you don't-
dinosaurs,
if the
and
first thing
the
you do if you survive a
ecosystem is
crucifixion
almost
and then
static.
you go and you find your disciples, the
something's
first thing
off.
you say is not,
I need to review my
peace be
notes.
with you. It's, get me to a hospital, right?
It's also, are we entirely certain of their measurement of days?
So this is an interesting question because of the differences between when the Gospel of John says Jesus died compared to the Synoptics, because John appears to be using the Roman convention of counting time, and the other Gospels, when they describe the timing, appear to be using the Jewish ones. And actually, if you correlate between the two, they match up pretty well. So the thing is, with Jews, any part of a day was considered a day. So 3 days and 3 nights becomes almost an idiom for any part of that day is the day. So
Responding to a comment, Corp says most survived for several days, but Jesus only lasted 3 days. Oh, you said 3 hours. Sorry. The problem is Jesus got whipped and flogged for a crazy amount. He literally didn't look like a human. Any normal human, they were saying, would have died from just the whipping alone. That's the thing. That was the problem.
So they deny that he actually had physicality to him. This is sometimes called Docetism, because Dokein in Greek means to seem. So these groups that we describe as the ascetics, they are denying that Jesus had a physical body, and we see they wrote documents like the Gospel of Peter, which comes around at the end. Is being written, and it has Jesus kind of chilling on the wall, because he's not really physical, because he's divine, and physical entities have physical bodies.
That's good, because you can see, guys, that the only time people were denying that Jesus didn't die or resurrect was 200 or 300 years ago. But the earliest documents say Jesus, God, he really did resurrect, and he really was a real person. There was no one denying that, because they had evidence. But later on, then people started coming up with their own stuff.
We don't actually get like a concrete denial of his resurrection in that way until you get things like the Gospel of Barnabas in the Middle Ages, which is it's actually the document that Billy brought up to me in the conversation we had, is the evidence that Jesus was never crucified in the Gospel of Barnabas. Well, the Gospel of Barnabas is 15th century. It paraphrases Dante's Inferno. It's not an ancient document. So
that's funny.
But in the ancient world, nobody really had big of a the more of the kind of skepticism was why you would worship a crucified individual.
Wow. So there were less evidence that he was resurrected.
Or that you would worship a crucified like teacher was just seen as silly.
Because it's so humiliating to be crucified.
Yeah. And that like a god would let himself go through this.
Right.
Like what are you talking about? In fact, the ancient world didn't really have a problem with supernatural events. There is an ancient writer who mocks Christianity, and he particularly mocks Christianity in saying that, of course, Jesus did miracles, because Jesus had a childhood in Egypt. And he goes, all of those Egyptians are magicians anyways, so he just learned the magic when he was a child. So he actually confirms, incidentally, two things: that the narrative in the Gospels where it says that the Holy Family fled to Egypt during the reign of Herod, he corroborates that he actually thinks that happened, and that Jesus did miracles. He just attributes the miracles to Jesus being a traveling magician anyways. And, anybody who lived in Egypt knows something.
That is what's really fascinating, that the mindset of the people who lived back then was that whatever was going on in Egypt was so crazy that they had to be magicians.
Yeah, but everybody believed in supernatural events. Like, there's no such thing as like a secular work in the ancient world. Even Plutarch, who's one of the most famous biographers in the ancient world, he wrote 90 biographies, of which 60 still survive today. He was a priest of Apollo. So, like, he's already assuming that the gods exist, that crazy things are going to happen in the world. So, they didn't have a problem with people doing miracles or crazy things happening.
Well, that's also why it's so interesting trying to put your mind in the context of people who lived back then when you try to interpret what these stories were all about. Because they did believe in things that were. So when they talk about this thing that we're supposed to believe is real, when you have all this evidence that they believe things that aren't true, it's interesting.
I really like this part of Joe Rogan because he's actually explaining his thought process on things that are difficult for him. He's like, well, everyone believed in all these things that weren't true, so how are we supposed to believe in something that is supposed to be true, but everyone believed in things that weren't true? I really, really appreciate it.
Right? Because, like, you're now saying, yeah, but this one really was true.
Right.
But there's so many different things that they thought of and believed that weren't true.
Yeah. So this historiographically is, so when we do history, it's an inference to the best explanation. And so there are probabilities of things that have happened in history where we can say, okay, there's a higher probability of event A happening and a lower probability of event B happening. So the example I often give is like Jonah being swallowed by the fish. Like, that's low probabilistically. Not that it didn't happen, but that, like, as a historian, we gotta, like, say, well, there's no independent cross-reference sources. You don't have multiple attestation for this particular event. The interesting thing about Jesus is that we have more evidence from different writings in the ancient world than we probably should have for someone of this stature. Because we have Matthew, Mark, and Luke, John, 4 biographies. there's really only one other person in and around that time that can claim to have that much kind of independent testimony of their life, and it's the Roman Emperor Tiberius. So he also has four biographers. He has Cassio Dio, Suetonius, Tacitus, and Velius Paterculus. And so the Roman Emperor, who's the most famous and most powerful person at the time, has a similar amount of historiographical evidence, biographically, for his, the events of his lifetime that Jesus does.
What is the interpretation of Jesus from non-Jesus followers at the time? Like, what did they think he was, or who he was?
He was a crucified traveling rabbi. Yeah, I mean, you have individuals like Josephus mentions him, end of the first century, beginning of the second century. He was a Jewish Roman writer. Tacitus mentions him, who also wrote about the emperor. And you have a number of these individuals, Cassio or Suetonius. But what they're doing mostly is describing what the followers of Christianity are saying about him. So you do have to take it with a little bit of a grain of salt, in that they are not saying things that they believe happened. They're talking about things that Christians believe happened. And Christians are this very unusual group, because they're monotheistic in a world that does not believe in monotheism. And Jews are monotheistic in that time as well. Right? There was this idea that your religion could be tied to your ethnicity, and that was okay. Like, the Jews believe in one God, and that's weird, but they're Jews. Whereas the Christians start to convert to all different ethnic backgrounds. Because they're like, well, what the heck is going on here? Because why are you saying... So the earliest criticisms of Christianity were actually that it was atheistic, adding the negative participle in, and theos meaning God, right? Because the ancient world was polytheistic. More than that, it was what's sometimes referred to as henotheism, in that...
That's so funny, and that's true, I've heard this, the thing that people during that time thought that Christians were atheists because they only believed in one God, which is absolutely wild.
It's not that they believe in many gods. It's that they believe in many gods, and your gods could be my gods, right? Jupiter could be Zeus, just the same god by a different name. And your cities could have gods, right? Osiris and Ra can live in Egypt, and Zeus and Athena can live here, and that doesn't compromise anything. But then the Christians are coming around and they're saying, actually, no, none of those gods exist. If they exist, then they're demons, but they don't actually exist. And this was a big point of persecution within early Christianity, is that a lot of physical events were tied to supernatural events. So there's an ancient historian who has this line where he says, if...
Bye, Mr. Split. Have a good one.
Nile River is too high in Egypt, or the Tiber River is too low in Rome, the cry will bring out the Christians to the lions. Because if you have a famine in Athens, and they're going, okay, what's the reason for the famine? Well, Athena's mad because there's a bunch of people running around saying she doesn't exist. Okay, well, let's deal with them. Let's
to the lions.
Yeah, let's get rid of them, and that'll solve our issue. So Christians were this very oddball group.
Kind of crazy that it wound up taking over the area.
Well, that's part of, I think, the argument of, well, how do you explain that? How do you explain it going from 11 scared disciples in an upper room to being willing to go out and die for the proclamation that you believe that Jesus rose from the dead, and you saw him, you touched him, you ate with him, and he was the ghost. You actually ate fish with the resurrected Jesus.
How does Constantine fit into this? Like, what is Constantine's education in Christianity?
Yeah, so Constantine is a pagan up until a point in time when he converts. So,
who educates him?
Good question. I don't know in terms of his education. I know he does have some crossover with some prominent Christians later on. He's a sun worshiper, but
that's
right before Constantine, you had a guy named Diocletian, who was the emperor, who basically had the goal of wiping out Christianity entirely. And so the worst point of persecution was under the Diocletian rule. He actually made it so that if you had to go into like the equivalent of your town hall, then you had to take a pinch of incense and offer it onto the altar of Caesar, him, right, the king, and say, Caesare Curios, Caesar is Lord. And part of this was that they knew that Christians say, Jesus Curios, Jesus is Lord. And Christians wouldn't do that. So here's how you outed them. And if you didn't do this, so if you did do it, you were given this piece of paper. It's called a libellus. And a libellus allowed you to buy and sell. If you didn't do it, you didn't get a libellus, which meant that you were not allowed to buy and sell. And so you have this incredible era of persecution where Christians are being like killed, and Christian literature in particular is being destroyed because they're hunting it out. Constantine comes after this. And
Megatherium formipava is one of the larger mammals on the island. This is most shocking because it is essentially a giant sloth.
They're both ruling
if you crossbred it with an elephant and a bear.
And in 313,
because of its size and girth, the Megatherium is uncommonly resistant to being knocked unconscious.
So
despite primarily being a herbivore, a typical Megatherium is very intent on consuming the island's many insects. It is particularly adept at removing their insides without damaging much of the shell, maximizing extraction of collagen. The otherwise slow and peaceful Megatherium becomes faster and aggressive in the presence of these creatures.
It wasn't just Christianity.
Megatherium is an incredibly useful creature to tame, so long as you don't intend to fight other tribes. Its enormity, high resistance to torpor, and voracious attitude toward insects and arachnids makes it ideal for farming large quantities of chitin from the bugs of the island, or simply defending against them.
And so he becomes friendly to Christians. He also he commissions books of the Bible to be written, and so this is where we first get our understanding. Like when we think of a Bible, we think of it as like in a single bound volume, like because we have the 66 books of the Bible. It's a nice cover on the page or on the front. But in the ancient world, those existed independently. So like P52, like that would be a separate copy of the Gospel of John, and that's what it would have been understood as scripture. Well, Constantine, as like a peace offering, commissions all of these documents to be brought together and published in one book. And so we actually have what we think are some of these documents. So when I was talking with Billy Carson, he brought up the Sinai Bible, Codex Sinaiticus. Codex Sinaiticus is probably one of these documents that Constantine commissioned, because it's one of our earliest examples of a cover-to-cover, Genesis to Revelation copy of the Bible. And it comes from the 4th century. And based on both its dating and based on the fact that this would have been incredibly expensive to make. Wow. Like, it took 360 sheep just to put together. Wow. Which would have been the equivalent of, like, I don't know, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars today. So, the reason why we're pretty sure that documents like Codex Sinaiticus, Codex Vaticanus, potentially even Codex Alexandrinus or Codex Washingtonianus are documents that could have been part of this commissioning is just because they're such giant projects in, very few people would have had the ability to produce something like this other than an emperor. And so we actually have some of these documents that survive today.
All right. That's absolutely amazing that Joe Rogan is hearing about the gospel and that there's evidence for Creator, there's evidence for Christianity, and we don't have to be afraid or think like this is all some conspiracy that Constantine put together to the Christianity religion. But shout out to Wes Up and Joe Rogan, absolutely amazing guys. So I encourage you to really look at Jesus. Know that he loves you. Know that he has given you purpose and a reason to live. It's absolutely amazing. I am so blessed. And you guys are blessed too.
In a world filled with nasal congestion, one hero rises up. Alfred No Drip. Experience ridiculously powerful nasal congestion relief in seconds. No drips? no mess.
This is La Rinconada, the highest standing 16,700 feet in the clouds, with 50% less oxygen compared to sea level, where most of its estimated 29,000 plus residents risk their lives slaving away in an illegal and unregulated gold mine where most miners work 30 days without pay, only to earn one day where they can take back as much ore as they can carry on their own back. This is real life like that. For the mines, they knew what they were. Here's the beer aquí. The only catch is, this town is a magnet of murder and violence, known as the lawless city of alcoholism, human trafficking, crippling elevation, police live longer due to heavy metal pollution, with an average lifespan of residents reportedly as low as 30 to 35 years. So why do people voluntarily come here to risk their lives working in the mines? To find that out, I will send almost 17,000 feet myself without properly acclimating my body. But can I even get up here without dying? The place on my finger was called an oximeter. I'm using it to track the oxygen levels in my blood. I'm starting to feel it. We were ripping that brain every time I understand. So definitely a little altitudes like this right now. One thing worth noting is we flew directly from Austin, Texas to Juliaca. We're going to go from 0 to 17K within basically 24 hours. Mi número de oxygen is way low. The only way to know if I die once I got there was to get there. And despite the complete illegality of most of the mining operations out here, there were somehow police enforced checkpoints. So, our passports were how could this town be lawless if there were police? Now I'm officially in La Rinconada, and this miner looked like he knew something. Entonces, ¿qué tal? Hoy, yo tengo mucho respeto por las personas y la habilidad que trabajan aquí. Muy difícil. Demasiado. Sí, el frío sobre todo la vida. ¿Cuántos años trabajan? Desde 1983. Buscar ahora, es que buscaste a los hijos.
¿Dónde? ¿Fuma afuera?
día se despertaba con todo su dinero, con todo su oro. No faltaba nada.
Mujeres no tiene la habilidad que minar aquí.
Pero el choreo siempre es
Okay, gracias, Moses. Gracias por tu tiempo. So I'm looking at 68 double subscriber turn, yeah? Yeah, I think the blood levels are too low. Moses, es posible que mi oxígeno es muy low ahora. Clima, necesito. I think I'm dying. My head is bursting with pain. The hands are like yellow, red, blue right now. Like, yeah, disintegration, yeah. Should I try to stand? Yeah. Hola, pregunta para ti. ¿Trabaja aquí en Los Minos? Aquí es tu trabajo.
Yo estoy esperando. Al guardián de...
Ok, creo. ¿Cómo es tu vida aquí?
Más o menos, recién acabo de llegar.
Ok, ¿es más altitud difícil que vivir o...?
Es casi normal. Además, los que vienen recién es un poco difícil.
Okay. ¿Es peligroso aquí o no?
Es bastante asaltante.
¿Por qué peligroso?
Por la razón de los locales, lo que, digamos, que trabajan las chicas, pues.
Okay.
Por esas razones hay bastante robos, asaltos, más que todo por eso.
¿Mucha prostitución ahí? Aquí.
Más o menos.
¿El sueño aquí que buscar oro grande?
De las personas que trabajan aquí, por ejemplo, le llaman como mineros, ¿verdad? Ellos son los que realmente van a las minas y sacan oro. Supongo que sacarán bastante oro por eso.
Ok. Muchas gracias por tu tiempo. I was in the hostile conditions of your house. Yet, before I could go any further, my oximeter showed this. It's pretty low right now. Wait. We gotta go. Alright. My levels hit 59. Dangerously low. I definitely have a massive headache right now. I feel extremely dizzy. We all wanted to come up here at perfect acclimation. That would have been cool, but unfortunately it's just not. I'm smart, and I want to live till 40, so... Ready? Back down to the town of Bianca at 12.5 thousand feet. Hunted down some bottles of air. Prayed to God I'd acclimated in my sleep, and it this thing. Almost 14,000 feet up, the real test will be once we get 15.5 to 16. By Sunday, the low 70s, we're going to have to go back again. Alright, so we're at 15,100 feet. This is a beer. Es una estatua que se cree que personas suponiendo dándole cerveza pueden sacar más oro. Okay, por eso trae cerveza. ¿Cuál es la fija ahí? No se puede tocar. Lo tocas. So you see drink Coke, beer, good luck when they mine up there. It's sort of religious tradition. It's crazy. And then you go up there and mine, hopefully get a big chunk of gold. ¿Por qué cerveza? Es lo más común que se puede dar a las estatuas. Sí, hola. Okay. ¿Cómo está tu trabajo en el vino? ¿Peligrosa o...? Sí, ahora un poco peligroso. La es que ya 5 años ya venía reencarnado.
Ok, sueño de
Seriously, Wi-Fi wireless has this vast mindset. You're the top 3 ways they make noises. 1. You don't have to go to a store to start using it. It's from steps to activate.
Ahorita ya es muy alto. Mi cuerpo no tiene la capacidad de adaptar entonces, ¿plan que trabaja en el alumino por muchos más años o no?
Todavía no, ya por un año más, creo que
Ok.
de ahí me van a todos los días científicos.
Tengo uno pequeño para ti. ¿Por cerveza? Ok, gracias. Buenas suertes. Ok, gracias. ¿Qué es esto? Oh, muy cute.
Eso me llama rinconada.
¿Rinconada?
Sí, ya está por todo el día también.
¿Gato de rinconada? Yes. ¿Cuántos años trabajar en 20 años?
Sí. Una mina legal. Enfermo de cáncer. Neptuno también. 7 días. 7 días de noche. Se descansa 7 días. Muy cansado la noche. Cuando llueve es peligroso. El camión también resbala.
It's the official mascot of the parade. We're driving. I see these ladies like looking at the trash. Hola. ¿Cómo estás? Pregunta para ti. ¿Qué es tu trabajo aquí? ¿Tú quieres buscar oro aquí? Ok. ¿Qué quieres buscar? Ok. Tiene un regalo pequeño para ti. Pero. Sí. ¿El rinconada es muy peligroso? Sí. ¿Por qué?
Porque hay mucho delincuente.
Robos, prostitución. ¿Cómo es tu vida aquí? ¿Listo tu vida en término? ¿Tiene para terminar o no? Sí. ¿Es el correo sistema? 30 días trabajar y un día para ti. Muchas gracias por tu tiempo. Bye, Margot. Now it's our final ascent. See the clouds over there. It's raining, and we're about to get snow. After driving through the last stretch of trash-filled wasteland, we made it to La Rinconada again. We are 15,700 feet up. That is crazy. It's a crazy town right now. I don't know. I don't know. So this time around, I can't remember much. So let's go with the altitude sickness. Explore the city center of alone with the goal of somehow making it real quick, and your boss ever subjected you to unsafe this that wasn't your fault. Well, your injury so insurance company lowball your claims and pay you as little as they have to. Scoundrels. If you become Morgan & Morgan's clients, they'll have to give you the compensation that you deserve. And Morgan & Morgan is so simple that you can submit a claim and anything with your legal team all through your smartphone. All efforts are now fading, and Morgan & Morgan is the biggest reason they've won a lot. They choose significant for months for victims involved in life-altering car crashes. It's $12 million, 34 times the highest insurance offer, and $26 million in Philadelphia, 4 times the highest insurance offer. And you don't have to pay them anything unless you win legal case. If you are swing back, get what you deserve, and they've already won over 20. Ciudad o no? Tengo un sueño. ¿Mucho peligroso o no?
Sí, tienes que tener cuidado.
¿Por qué? ¿Delincuentes?
Son borrachitos, eso sí.
Alright, good fair enough. So we got some arbitrary. ¿Cómo estás? Nice to meet you. ¿Cuántos vives aquí? ¿Es bien o no? ¿Mucho dinero? ¿Es vida fácil o difícil aquí? Difícil. No sé, la vida en el vino es más tranquilo, son felices. El sistema de colegio, 40 días trabajando aquí, un día por ti. Ok, no son. Okay, so that's right. Bags, gloves, suits, brothers. Awesome to be here. ¿Es esto? Maestro, culandero, ¿cuánto? ¿10? Para ti. Gracias. Sí, tengo viaje a la Rinconada. Quiero mucho. Mucho. My future is bright. Es trabajo difícil o más o menos. Trabajo de 12 horas cada día. Gracias. Sí, lo voy a read right now. Pregunta, señor. These are scroll reels right now. Short form videos are skirts. My favorite thing out here is just seeing the dogs. There's church behind me. There's a God here just seeing the dogs. There's church behind me. There's a God. There's behind me. En este pueblo son personas tienes muchas oportunidades de trabajo, ciudad. ¿De dónde eres? Sí, pero no me gusta. Tengo interés. Fish, pollo, steak. ¿Qué lo siento? Anything and everything out here. Lo siento. Pretty slow. Interesting. Nice guy. Very cool. No tengo la habilidad que sentirse mismo. Sí. Veloz. ¿Es tu hermano? Ok, bueno. ¿Qué es tu nombre? Bonita, muy bonita. Ay, Perito. ¿La estación de la policía? Ok. ¿Es peligrosa que explora la ciudad o no? Sí. Beer, they have all sorts of potatoes. Very interesting potatoes out here. Sorts of groceries, produce. Down here right now. He's fed up to be able to do it. Yeah? Muy frío. ¿Dónde queda? ¿En la cocina? Es difícil. Más o menos. Ahora señor. ¿Es tu nombre? Alfredo, ¿es posible que camine conmigo hasta Almina? Mucho cuidado. ¿Por qué? ¿Me cuentes? No me cuentes. Muchas gracias. Tranquilo de día. En la noche sí es peligroso. Muy peligroso. ¿Por qué? Porque hay bastante delincuencia sobre todo. ¿Por qué muchos robos? Y hay eso y estamos más o menos 15, 20 minutos. Porque de ahí un poquito más ya vas a poder ver los glaciares, la montaña, la nevada, el hielo, el riachuelo, pipis, botan por ahí. ¿Qué es esto? Es un conducto de agua para llevar a las casas. Eso tiene de la montaña del hielo, del glaciar. Take a look at this stuff. All these ribbons. Very cool. Very drinks. Plastic bag. Holy. El vino. También hay otra también, que es por la parte alta. Esta es parte baja. So this looks pretty deadly right here. Rolling this thing down, all the way down these stairways. All the trash right out to our right. So it says trash is prohibited place here. As you can see, tons of trash. This is pretty insane. Amigo ahí, peligrosa, ¿no? ¿Sí? ¿Y volvimos? Okay, right behind me, we have all these trash, all these cables, a dog taking a piss right here, taking a shit perhaps. Look at all this. Look at the path to get down here. This is crazy. It's like a crazy path. Mi amigo, es muy loco. We're basically walking off the edge of a cliff right now. ¿Es peligrosa que terminara contigo? Pero no contigo. Solo sí, de día sí. ¿Peligrosa? De día, en la tarde sí. Vamos a llegar a hoy, donde hay bocaminas, 3 puertas en el cerro. Ay. Si hay huecos, ahí están las personas trabajando. Okay, we're headed to his house. He's walking pretty damn fast, so I'm starting to adapt very quickly here. This is not offering that good luck right here. There is Coca-Cola even all the way up here. Look at this. So I presume these are houses of workers? Casas abandonadas. Ya migraron la gente que trabajaba en el interior. Ya migraron para otro lado. We have a dog right here sleeping on top of the trash. Looks pretty cozy. Hola, perrito. Si posible que camine un poquito menos. Lo siento, mi cuerpo es muy no tiene fuerza. So in these houses right now, built out of corrugated iron. I can't imagine it's safe, especially at night. Pretty good right now with my guide here. Blacksmith right here. And what's behind me, all sorts of electrical lines. You can probably see that from death. And now it's probably done. Yeah, look at these wires. Jesus. Look at this. ¿Ves de basketball? Ahí. Sí. Celebramos aniversario del barrio. Una próxima. 20 familias. Tengo calor ahora. Sí.
tengo un poquito de dificultad y respira. ¿Y tú? Yo estoy acostumbrado a caminar así y de vuelta nos hemos... Okay. An informal shantytown basically set up to facilitate the miners and their families to live out here. ¿Seas protecta las personas que viven aquí o no? Sí, no viene a este sector porque es lejos. No pueden caminar. Okay, se cansa muy rápido. So you can imagine they have to resolve things by themselves, whether it be with a fist, a gun, or an arm. So miners in there eating after a hard day's work. Muy delicioso. Pregunta para ti. ¿La puerta cerrada porque es peligrosa aquí o no? Sí. ¿Muchos robos? Okay. ¿Cómo se vive aquí? Los tools. Para la mina. We have shovels, pickaxes, full-on Minecraft inventory right here. ¿Tú necesitas comprar por ti? ¿La compañía no compraron? ¿Por qué? No me dan por el trabajo. ¿Es tu casa? ¿Es tu familia? Muy bien, so this is the house right here. It's a very nice house here, built out of sheet metal, and it looks pretty cozy inside there. There might be a few minutes past Self-Build's house. Beyond the other miners' makeshift homes. We had made it to the mines. Looking from you can see the heavens itself. Many may argue this is hell. More miners returning home from work. Or not get up. Yeah, voltage, electricity. I gotta say that the vibes are fresh. People are not in the camera. Algunas personas it's gonna be low-key, quiet down, walk through. ¿Qué es esto? It's recycled water for minerals. Very hot right now. Very tired. Okay, so they're doing something in there. Water processing minerals. That's a feet of great. Very warm right now. Tired and straight freeze breath. We're walking through. These pipes are crazy. The irrigation system is unbelievable. Oh, dude. Uncensored early access to all my videos before they go up on YouTube. Go subscribe at patreon.com/TylerOliveira for less than $5 a month. Oi, muy loco. Okay, give it up. Give it up. We made it to the top of the mine. I'm gonna show you how crazy this is. We're fully in a mine town. Wow. Seeing the minerals. Straight in corners of lo siento. Lo siento. We're in the middle of a mine right now, straight out of a video game. Look at this. This is insanity.